open our today's sequence in a minute. Yeah, good morning, everyone. So, before I start uh, with any of the today's topics, can you tell me, has anyone tried yesterday's assignment? Employee, manager, worker, organization-based assignment. Done also, very good. So, everyone may not have completed, but has everyone at least started? Great to see that. So, okay, partially, yes, I totally get it. And today's lab, first half an hour or first whatever time, try, try, completing that. And wherever you get stuck, we will help you definitely. Hmm. So, point 4 is not done. So, you want me to discuss any part of it? Don't tell me all the parts because, it delays our theory session. So, the last point, shall we discuss? Point 4. Okay, we will discuss that. And then we will start with the today's revision and today's topics. So, I'll just tell you, today we are going to get into complete abstraction. Uh, Homework question. That is your two string, right? Ashwini, you're talking about two string? How that two string, how it gets called. So that also I'll take. Yeah. So let me put it here because otherwise. So I will say the assignment, your fourth one, that fourth part, and the two string. So then we will start with our revision. I'll ask you typically questions, what will happen next. So that will revise your upcasting, downcasting, instance of checking, etc. And then we will continue with abstraction. So yesterday we started with a partial abstraction in form of abstract classes. Because why I'm saying it is a partial abstraction? Because in abstract class, you can add the concrete methods. But today I will take you to the complete 100% abstraction in Java. Exactly. So in the form of interfaces. And you will see, today you'll just get a introduction in the first half. And then somewhere when I take you to modern Java programming, Java 8 onwards, you will know a lot more, such as functional programming, Lambda expressions, functional interfaces, and all. And after giving you the introduction, basic concepts with on interfaces, I'm going to take you to exception handling. So let us get started. First, I will take this question. So what was the homework question I had asked you? So example, assignment point 4 also, I will definitely take. So the question which was asked, the homework question, reading question was, if you call, in the meantime, guys, open your Java doc, system.out.println, println does not matter, answer is the same. Only thing is on the same line or with a new line. So if I say ref, and this ref can be reference type of variable of any type. Let it be box, let it be student, let it be anything. So any type of this, how it ends up calling or how it does internally call. Yesterday I took it actually in the lab. Anyway, ref dot toString. So that is the question I had asked you. So look at this completely from Java docs in exactly 2 minutes. Then we'll solve this and we'll continue. So open this and let me show you. So look for system class, and in system class you will find the data member, public static final data member out. So you can directly search for system.out. Everyone has reached here, I hope. So it will show you the first match itself as system.out. So now you know all these keywords. Yesterday you have looked at, day before you had looked at static. So public static final, and it is the out is nothing but your standard output stream. But what is the data type of out? Answer is print stream. So click on print stream, please. Everyone reached here. Now in print stream, we have got, yes, exactly, Ashwini. So you already know it, then why did you ask? So we waste time otherwise. Anyway, for everyone, I'm explaining that. Now once I start, I don't want to stop in between. So here, now we have got a method println. You can use println. As I said, it's the same discussion. So tell me, when you are looking at so many versions, so many forms of println, are they the overloaded form or are they the overriding ones? L or R? L for loading, overloading, R for overriding. Everyone understands that. This is your compile time polymorphism. Means what? Whenever you call system.out.println with a boolean, okay, who is going to detect or who is going to decide that this is the method to be called? Compiler. Okay, so it is compiled. I mean, overloaded methods are detected at the compilation time. So that is your static form of polymorphism. So now, naturally, when I give the box type of reference or your employee type of reference or manager, it won't fit any of the primitive types. So can you all see there is a one with a object type of argument? Everyone can see that. So now tell me, if I say box, student, point 2D, employee, manager, worker, can I say all of them is a object? I mean, true or false? Is it yes or no? Of course, yes. Means what? Now see, you will yesterday and day before you are learning in a theoretical manner. Now you'll start seeing the applications. So what I mean by that is, anytime you see any method having the object type of reference. Can you see this as an object type of reference? In its place, can I pass a student object? I just want to answer yes or no. Of course, yes. Can I pass your customer object or your string or your date? We'll be talking about date class and all. All answers are yes. Why? Nothing but classic upcasting is a relationship. Student is an object, customer is an object, string is an object, scanner is an object, etc. So coming back to the point fast, this is the method it will choose whenever you use println, system.out.println and any type of reference. So I hope first point is clear. And now it is all straightforward. So it tells you what is this method going to call internally? String classes value of on the object type of reference. So next step is immediately go to the string class. Okay, so you can click on this. It's a clickable, it's a link. And here you can reach the string class. Now, which is the method you are going to search for here? Value of. Where is my this value of? And you will see there is copy value of and all that. So we don't require. And can you see these are static methods? So answer the question. I'll always ask you mixed questions. Can you override static methods? It's yes or no. Boolean question. Answer is you cannot. But can you overload static methods? Very much yes. Are you getting this? So again, the same question. Which is the version we are looking for? Object type of reference. So come down all the way. The last one you'll see string dot value of object. And here they have given the complete formula. So what is it they are saying? If you give system.out.println a null, you pass a null. So what is it going to do? Is it going to throw the null pointer exception or is it simply going to print null? Tell me. NPE or prints null? Prints null. But otherwise, if you give any not null reference, non-null reference, it is simply going to call on that reference. See, this is the reference you are passing on that reference to string. Is everyone 100% clear? So what is the recap of it? When you say system.out.println, it internally calls, okay, first of all, it matches the object version. And then it internally calls string.value of on the same object type of reference. If you pass null, it will return null. So null gets printed. And if you pass any not null, its toString will be called. Okay, so that was the one of the, visit of Java docs. Now, let me just open the assignment and help you with the last one. Those who have solved it can, of course, those who have solved, those who have not solved, definitely participate. So this is what I'm helping you with, but not spending too much time because, it's finally a theory session and every day we have a lot of things to cover. So this is the requirement. But there are certain presumptions, there are assumptions I'm making. So let me ask you, has everyone created the suitable data structure to hold the employee information? Answer is yes. I hope everyone has completed that, not just 10 out of 250. So I'll just write as a solution. I mean, initially something I have to write. So employee array, organization, or whatever, wherever this new employee array. Imagine that scanner, you ask user that what is the maximum recruitments, what is the number of recruitments you want to do, how many positions are open, kind of. Okay, so does this. So now you are creating employee type of array of employee type of references which can refer to either employee object or its subtype. Is a relationship upcasting. But if you have added abstraction, if you have added the abstract method, I'll revise that, don't worry. If you have added that abstract method, calculate net salary, compute net salary, something, then you have to mark the class abstract. Which class will be abstract? Employee, manager, or worker, EMW, employee. Then you can't create the instance of employee, but you can always have abstract superclass reference, means employee type of reference can directly refer to concrete subclass instance. Which is the concrete subclass instance? Manager object, worker object, that's it. Okay, so don't just think in English words, or don't just read the readmes, apply it. So coming back to this is the understanding. But here, tell me, are we creating any employee type of object? Answer is no. We are simply creating employee array type of object. It's a array. It's a holder. It's a, yeah, holder is a good word to hold the employee type of references which can refer to manager, sales manager, HR manager, worker, permanent worker, temporary worker, etc. Okay, so this must have been done. I'm also assuming that whenever you are recruiting for a manager position, I did not give you a deeper hierarchy. I just said manager and a worker. Simple. So in case one, you must have done the boundary conditions. Please don't expect me to write it. Just tell me. So counter, if counter is less than organization dot length or whatever, recruitment size, something. So then the important line was you have to store. So, case one is suppose recruit the manager, I guess, hire manager, recruit manager. So here you have to create the manager type of object. Is everyone clear here? See, I can't directly jump to case 4. I have to give you some prerequisites. And here, what is it you will be assigning it to? Left hand side, please. Everyone knows it. I mean, if you have thought about it, you know it. Where you want to store the reference in the organization array. So organization, you must have kept some counter type of it, counter plus plus. These dots mean boundary condition, boundary checking, boundary condition checking. Everyone is clear? So what is happening here? Is it a upcasting? Is it a downcasting? Is it direct referencing, or what is it? Of course, it is an example of a classic example of upcasting. So, whatever we were saying, it has the practical value. It has a practical impact. Otherwise, how can you mix up? How will you store manager, worker, and all the categories in the same array? And of course, there will be a break. And very similarly, you would have also written case 3. Sorry, case 2, I mean. Case 3, nobody's asking me, so I'll not waste my time on that. If anyone has a question, directly ask me in the lab. So now, let's come to the point. So did you understand? In my yesterday's thing, I had given the explanation also. So first, understand the problem statement. What is the input user is giving? Input is going to be two inputs user is giving. So here you are going to say SOP. I'll write it in this. Enter employee ID and either a bonus increment in bonus or your hourly rate. Okay, so these are the inputs. I hope till this everyone is clear. So just get it, read it off. So suppose I say int, I am writing in full form. I mean, whole thing. You could have written it in the lesser lines also. And double, I'll just call it as an increment because I don't know really. At this point, we don't know whether it is an increment in the rate or whether it is an increment in bonus. So increment just SC dot next double. Are we 100% clear so far? This is just a beginning. Then you have to do the boundary condition checking. So what is that boundary condition checking involved? Now, oh, sorry, my mistake. Sorry. I'm saying, okay, I'm asking you a question because all of this I explained in my lab, but everyone is not around. So here, are we generating the IDs in a sequential manner or are we taking the employee IDs from the user? Everyone knows that. So you might have a array of employees. You might have, see, I'm writing this as a array. So here in the first position, you may have recruited a manager, with the ID 100. Then you might have recruited his two assistants workers with some IDs. Okay. I'm just writing the ID part. Okay. I'm just choosing purposefully. Then you have another manager recruited. Um, we are not doing the check for duplications that I will ask you today to do that. So M2 and whatever, some structure and something. Are you understanding what I have drawn? I am saying, imagine your organization has manager 1 recruited with ID 100, worker with 10, another worker with employee ID 50. So it is all random. It is all arbitrary. I can always say I will use the ID generator, ID counter, but purposefully I had given this and something, and maybe rest of it is null. Okay. So now, if the ID is given, I don't know where is that ID. In short, what is the first step we have to do? Anyone, those who have done it or those who have not done it? Yes. No. Yeah, you are giving me this traverse the array exactly. So I have to find out. Yeah, Nikhil, that is a list. Later code. So I have to find out what is it, where is it that where that employee exists or not. Okay, exactly. So traversing means in the middle of night for loop or for each loop. So for each also is easiest. So start. Go systematically. Later, you're going to replace it by a very good method called as equals. But we are building a story. We are learning every day little things. So for each employee, are we creating here the abstract class instance or abstract class reference? I for instance, R for reference only. We are not creating, so don't worry. Even your abstraction will survive. Next one is, what is it I've used as org. So for each employee in org, now what is it you have to do? Yeah, now people had already told me. Now I don't know at this point, Ronak, we don't even require null checking because your instance of will take care of that. So now I have to check whatever the employee I'm having. First of all, is it a type of course, null checking is required, Ronak, but I'm saying your instance of is capable of that. Okay, so there is a checking. So if it is a manager, I have to update his or her bonus. So how will you say this in Java? If E instance of, don't use employee ever because that will give you class cast exception and all that. So then in this case, what I know is it is a manager. So what is it I have to do now? If E instance of, oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm so sorry. My mistake. So I forgot the check. You are absolutely right. My mistake. Because, when I'm not writing it this, I'm doing it. Of course, you require null checking here. Please scratch what I said. I said it wrong. So if first I have to check the ID, I'm so sorry for that. So if I want to check the ID is private. So first you have to call the method get ID. And for get ID, if it is a null, it will throw you out null pointer. So those who are saying null are right. I'm wrong. So if E is not equal to null, Ronak is right. I think Ronak was saying it. Then only you go inside. Now you have to check whether the ID is matching at all. So how do you do that? If E dot, you add a getter. So I hope you have added a getter because all the data members are tightly encapsulated. get ID, I don't know this, is equal to, see this, this is equality testing operator, and we have got the ID from user. Okay, my mistake, sorry. So this is the first check. Otherwise, how do I know whether the ID is existing or not? So now in this case, you can come inside. Now tell me, I skipped a step in between. Yes, now I have to find out whether it is a manager or a worker. So how do I do this? If E instance of manager, so I have got a valid ID which belongs to the manager ID. So for example, I could be here, I could be here, or I could be here. Now, the next line, please. Now we are done. So what is it I should do? If it is a manager, what is it I need to do? I need to update her bonus. So give me the next line, please. Yes. So here, you are absolutely right, but I have already read off this. So E dot, just setter and a getter. But if I do, take a look at it. If I say your data member was bonus, suppose, if I say E dot set bonus to E dot get bonus, I'm asking you guys, I'm not sure. I'm not saying I'm right. You have to tell me. Plus increment. This is a revision. What will happen? If I write it like this, what will you get? Compile time error, runtime error, or none of above? Quickly. People are telling me to downcast. No, not runtime error, compile time error. This is how I revise. Don't expect a separate revision. Compiler goes by what? Type of the reference. So what is E here? I'm sorry. What is the type of E here? Employee. So in employee class, compiler is going to check, is there a method set bonus? Tell me. Does bonus belong to employee or manager or worker? It is manager. And here, that is the reason to safeguard ourselves. To confirm whether it is a manager, we have done instance of. So now here, you have to do the downcasting. So manager and, you know, exactly. So manager set performance bonus sc.next double. Yes, you can do that. So this is one branch done. Once you do that, then the things are repetitive. So now, else if. You can actually do else. I've done the null checking. I've given you very simple two types only. Either it is a manager or a worker. So in this case, else if is not required. Else directly. What does else indicate? See, we have already validated. It is not null. That means somebody is sitting in that slot, either a manager or a worker, and it is not a manager. So 100% it's a worker. If you don't agree, or I made a mess up. I mean, here I not written that. So if you detect that, tell me. So far I hope it is all correct. Now, can I directly call E dot set hourly rate? Not possible. Again, the same story. Compiler goes by the type of the reference. So it will search in the employee class, but it is the additional feature, additional behavior added by the worker. So how it will be available? Only solution is tell compiler, don't search in the employee class. Yes, but search in the worker. How do you do that? Of course, nothing but explicit downcasting. So here, so I have got this. So if you ask me, or rather if I ask you, what is the type here? Still an employee. But what is the type here? A worker. And then you just have a setter. So I did not give that explicitly, that much you have to understand. And you can say, I don't know your variable name. Suppose set rate and the same thing. Oh, by the way, I messed up here again. See this. This won't work, right? So when you type it like this, I have to do the downcasting here as well. Suddenly I realized, realized it here. So here, are you getting this? I think I'm right. Yeah. And dot, this is your get, what is it? Rate plus increment. Okay. Somebody had written the code. I don't remember because I see so many messages. So somebody had written here sc.next double. Guys, is it going to be if else? Yeah, that will also work. No problem. Because only one condition is going to get evaluated. So let us check whether I have done all the things correctly. Okay, so let's take some example. Suppose user gives me, are we done here? If E is not equal to null, yes. And here, that's it, the whole traversal. That is all you require. So let us take some example. So suppose user gives me the ID of, I have got how many I've got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, user gives me the ID of 10. Just imagine, let's see whether our code is working. Employee ID is 10, sc.nextInt is 10, you drive it. So for each employee in organization, what is the first assignment? E is equal to org of 0. So is E going to be null? Respond faster. Is E going to be null here? No, because it is pointing to manager object, so not null. If E dot get ID double equal to ID, true or false? This will be false because 10 is not equal to 100. Everyone knows it. So skips the internal thing. Continues to the next iteration. So now E is equal to org of organization of 1. So now this is null or not null? Not null. Second iteration I'm saying. So we come here. What will this return? True or false? It is of course true. So it comes inside. Drive me, help me. So now, what is E pointing to? You remember, for each always works on a copy. So it is a copy of references. What is org of 1 pointing to? Is it pointing to manager object or a worker object? Worker object. So tell me, when I say if E instance of manager, what is instance of? Is a testing, RTTI, is a testing comparison, but done in a runtime. So, is worker instance of manager? Of course not. They are peers. They are at the same hierarchy. They are not under each other. So this will be false. So it will come finally to your worker. Else branch. And now solve it always from inner to outer. So employee type of reference downcasted to worker. So whatever may be the current rate, whatever your worker is earning, plus increment, and that you are setting it to the that you are setting it to the worker. Those of you who are thinking that when I say for each, how can she update? I'm not updating the array. We are not updating the array element, which is array of references. We are updating the state of the object, which is sitting elsewhere. And the whole concept revolves around copy of references. So, you always try, drawing some memory pictures. So you will see E is the stack local reference variable, method local reference, pointing to your worker object via copy. Which copy I'm talking about? Copy of references. So you can definitely change the state with the any copy, whether you do it with org of 1 or whether you do with E, it is the same. And you'll see state update, state of the worker or a manager updated correctly. Are we 100% clear? Okay, 100% is too much maybe. Okay, somewhat clear. See, I'm interested in those who have solved it. Very good, excellent, keep it up. But those who have not reached here, or those who are stuck here, I'm more interested, I'm more concerned about them. So I'm asking them, those who have not solved it, with this help, can everyone manage? Can everyone do this? Okay, great, great. So do try it. And of course, we are in the labs. So at that time, you can ask us again in case you get stuck. Okay, so let's continue. So now let us talk about the standard revision and then today's concepts, today's topics. Okay, I'm happy to see that people are getting it. And like I said, give it a try. Don't just think, if I've missed out on something, do let me know that, okay, this is not how it should be done. This is is this a better choice? We can always debate. Now, revision starts of important topics of yesterday, and then we'll get going. So I'm taking the same hierarchy, which you are familiar with. I could have written it employee, manager, worker, just asking in fruits. Everyone knows this. Fruits, apple, orange, mango. This has been going on for last 2 days. So I'm not even bothering. I'm not even asking you these questions. I'm asking you something more. So everyone can recognize object extended by fruit extended by mango, and similarly, fruit extended by your apple orange. So everyone understands. I have added, suppose, a common test because test is common to all the fruits. So here, actually, so okay, let's do that also. So in the fruit class, if I don't add the test method, and when you are trying to access the test of all fruits, compiler will give you error. So tell me, in this case, it is kind of mandatory to add a test method in the fruit class. So what is it I require? In the fruit class, should I supply the method declaration of the test method, definition, both or neither? Method declaration. So this is where we were touching upon abstraction. So what is abstraction? Abstraction is hiding or not supplying the implementation details exactly. So not supplying the implementation details to not to the end user. So the end user just needs to see what is to be done, specification, and how part the detailed implementation is hidden. So now everyone understands this. So here, imagine that. So, okay, so now since you have answered this, I don't have to give any implementation. But the moment, so in the fruit class, we will add means now I'll not add, but we have taken a bounded shape example. So add abstract method. Okay, which will be that abstract method? This will be the abstract method. So how do you declare an abstract method? You just have a keyword here. Java makes it very easy. Public abstract. I mean, public is the modifier. You can't have private, but you can have default, protected, public. Anything which is visible, accessible to the subclass, that is fine. And you just terminate the method declaration by the semicolon. So since we have started the topic, might as well finish. So the moment you add the abstract method to a fruit class, what will be a fruit class? Abstract or concrete? A or C? Answer is, of course, abstract. If you don't mark it as abstract, 100% compiler error. So this will be your abstract class. So now the next question here. Actually writing takes too much time and already we are spending a lot of time on that assignment. I'll just ask you verbally. Can abstract class contain the data members? Can it have the state? It's a yes or no. Yes. So what is the state? Sorry. What is the state here you have added or you are thinking of adding is name. Fruit has a name. Okay. And all the fruits have a name. So push it to the common superclass. Next question. Can abstract class have a constructor? Answer is 100% yes, because this is going to be tight encapsulation. So how do you answer this formally in interviews? Abstract classes should provide a constructor to create abstract class instance or the concrete subclass instance, A or C. What is it they should provide the constructor for? Of course, for creating concrete subclass instance, but to initialize the private members. Okay, so in short, will you provide constructor? 100% yes. So what type of a constructor you can imagine? Again, my Zoom messages are stuck. Here you will have to provide name. When I say name, string name and all that. Okay, so this is required. Can abstract methods contain concrete functionality? Can it contain some concrete behavior? Concrete means non-abstract behavior. Yes or no? 100% yes. Currently, I don't have an example, but the answer is yes. Now answer the next question. Can you create the instance of the abstract class? Boolean question. Absolutely not. If you do that, what will you get? Compile time error, runtime error, or none of above? Compile time error. And why compiler restricts this? Because whether it is C++, Java, it is the same, or even .NET. So what happens is, if it had allowed, anyone can create the instance of the fruit class and try to call this abstract method. And this is a method without the definition, so all fatal errors. So it is stopping all those errors right at the compilation time. Okay, so this is it. Now, so this is all you will have in the fruit class. I hope people are clear. But now, when I come to the subclasses, if I take an apple, for example, I exactly know what is the test of apple. So I've given something sweet and sour maybe. So in this case, will this apple class be abstract or concrete? A or C? Concrete. So if you want to make a subclass concrete, what is the requirement? What is the prerequisite? What is it you have to do? You will have to implement all the abstract methods which you have inherited from the base class. See, English words make it sound complex. So which is the only abstract method currently I have got? Test. You know, you can add one more method, public abstract void color, or fragrance or whatever. I mean, fruits don't have, okay, fruits also have smell. But anyway, so I mean, you can have so many abstract methods. So your concrete subclasses will have to provide the method definition. And if you say apple is too generic, I can talk about only Indian apples. Then the apple will also be abstract. The concrete subclass will be Indian apples, Fuji apples, Washington apples, all that. And there you can define the behavior. The point I'm trying to make is abstraction can continue. So today, let's not go there. So apple, I'll make it concrete. Override, imagine that I have overridden the method to provide this taste. Oranges are sour, mangoes are sweet. Okay, so this is the given. Are we completely, I'm going to ask you questions on that. So you better be clear. Is the given clear? Is the basic clear? Now, but you know that subclass is a superclass and something more. So imagine that in the mango class, you have added a new functionality. You know, mangoes can be pulp. So here there is a pulp method, which is additional functionality. So take a quick look. All of them have the method, common method test. On the top of that, you have added a pulp method. So answer the question. So if I add here, the annotation, @override, compiler error or no error. Look at this and answer. Of course, answer is error. What is the meaning? Okay, so do a 1-minute revision of annotation. So what is @override? You know the answer. It is an annotation. What is annotation? It is the tag. It is the markup. It is the metadata meant for programmer or Java tools, P or J for Java tools. This one, Pratiksha, not only for compiler. I'm going to tell you in web Java, I mean, in the advanced Java, the runtime annotations. Okay, so it can be for JVM or for compiler. Next one. Annotations can come at different level. Which all are the levels? Class level annotation, interface level annotation, method level annotation, field level annotations. All are possible. So currently, what is it? It is the method level compile time. I mean, it is meant for compiler. It has no significance to the JVM. So compile time annotation. Later, when we go a little advanced, I'll open that. You can open it right away. Nobody's stopping you. Sometimes looking at Java docs gives you a different level of clarity. So simply in that search box, look for override. And you will see. Because, then you will start understanding what is it I'm trying to say. So it is, you will come here, like how you know what? Class type. Today you will learn interfaces, and then you will understand that annotations are nothing but interfaces. And here it tells you, these are the annotations over annotations. Don't waste your too much time. I'm not explaining everything. I'm just, highlighting something. So this is telling you what will be the target of this annotation? Method level annotation. What is the retention policy? Retention policy means, you have a .java source compiled into .class. So till what time it will be retained? So it will be just retained in the source file. Once it is compiled, Will it be present in the dot class file? Absolutely not. It is the information meant for compiler. So why increase the bytecode by keeping it in the what? By keeping it in the dot class file. So this is what I was trying to explain. So coming back to our statements. So here method level, compile time annotation, and what does it tell you, or what does it tell the compiler? Whatever follows is the overriding or implementing form of method. In short, it tries to check what is the superclass of mango, fruit. Is there a super type definition? Is there a method in the super type called as pulp? Doesn't find it, throws you out. And that is why everyone had correctly told me Java C error. Okay. Last question before I move on. Is adding at override annotation mandatory or optional? Tell me, M or O? Completely optional, but equally recommended. Because you'll soon see there are some tricky methods where you might do the overriding in a wrong manner and you will never even detect it till you reach runtime. And suddenly you'll see that I was expecting the code to work and it's not working. So guys, finding out compile time errors are always easy. So I'm insisting on this. And naturally you can't add it here because of the reason said. It's a new functionality. So let us have some questions. I hope everyone is clear. Optional but recommended. Yes, I just checked this. Okay, so now go faster. Compiler error or no error? It's a like 2 days old question. Of course, no error. And you know why it works? Upcasting, indirect referencing. You have super class type of reference, even if it is an abstract class. So you know this. I'll just write it since I'm fond of writing. Abstract super class reference. Can it directly refer to? When I say directly, what I mean is without typecasting. Can it directly refer to any? When I say any, direct or indirect, means what? Fruit, apple, Fuji apple. So when can fruit refer to apple? Yes. Can it refer to Fuji apple? Yes. So can it refer directly to any concrete? See the adjectives. Any concrete subclass instance. Answer is very much yes. Okay. So this is what is the, instead of remembering all these complex sounding words, remember one example, understand it in an example. So fruit type of a reference can refer to apple, orange, mango, or the subtypes of this as well. And this is nothing but your upcasting because you're climbing up the hierarchy. Everyone gets it, I'm sure. Next one. Compile time error? No. So quickly, where will compiler search for test method? In the fruit class. You remember we have added the abstract method declaration. Compiler is happy. So no compiler error. And you know, what does JVM go by? Type of the object or type of the reference? Type of the object. So tell me, the test method will be called in the runtime on which object? Whose test method will be called? Of course, on the apple object. And what are apples test we have given, sweet and sour or something, that will be called. So what does this imply? This is nothing but your runtime polymorphism, because the test method, there are 4 versions of the test method: fruit, apple, something, mango, orange. So this test method to be called on which object? This decision is taken at the runtime. So nothing but a runtime polymorphic behavior or dynamic method dispatch. Okay, I'm just revisiting everything. So this is the statement which you already know. And if you had commented the test method from the fruit class, 100% you would get a Java compiler error. So we have now achieved the abstraction also, upcasting also, and the runtime polymorphism also. Okay, so move on. Same discussion, boring discussion, but still worth it. So Tell me, when I say F equal to new orange, of course, everything is the same, upcasting. Our earlier apple object has become dereferenced. Exactly. Somebody already pointed it out. So apple goes for garbage collection and this works. So now fruit type of reference is pointing to orange type of object. And now skip the earlier this. So whose test method will be called at the runtime? Of course, orange. It is by the type of the object. You got this? Now, I've already written this here. Now, which two objects are marked for garbage collection? Apple and the orange at this line. This works because you know it is upcasting. Now, if I say f dot pulp, compiler error, runtime error, or none of above, compile time error. Everyone understands it. So here, what is it? Why it is doing it? Compiler goes by the type of the reference. So this pulp method, where it is going to search? In the fruit class, and every fruit cannot be pulped. In short, pulp is a fruit doesn't have it simply. Yes. So here you will definitely get JavaC error, right? Is not a thing here. It's a compiler goes by the type of the reference action. So here this is not possible. So is there any solution? What is the solution? To tell the compiler, of course, downcasting is required. Okay, so what kind of a downcasting? So now you see where you are going from fruit, you have to come down to mango. Okay, so that is where you are going, that is where you are clamping down. So people ask you that this was upcasting, which happened naturally, which happened implicitly by the compiler. Why downcasting is not implicit? Answer is clear, and I mean answer should be clear. You can say mango is a fruit, is a relationship, but I cannot say every fruit is a mango because fruit can be anything, right? Exactly. So the explicit downcasting is required. So the solution is, explicit downcasting. So let us do that. Yeah, I already got the answer. So here I'm saying mango, and what is that reference? Here dot pulp. You know all of this, but it is always good to revise. Fine. So this is fruit type reference, but this is your mango type of reference. So now compiler will search where? Where will it search for the pulp method? In fruit or in mango? Of course, in mango. Are you getting it? So no JavaC error. And will there be a runtime error, or will there be output? Output means no runtime error. No runtime error, because whose object we are having in the runtime? Mango. And you are casting a mango to a mango. Mango is a mango in the runtime. So no JavaC error, no runtime error, right? And the method will be called. Are you getting this so far? So this is the reason. This is why you require, this is when you require downcasting. We'll put a statement. I think I've written it now. So now solve this is runtime error and all. Now solve these two lines and tell me what will happen. You know the answer. So first line works as always, but here we are fooling the compiler. Yes, you will get a runtime error. So why I'm saying you are fooling the compiler? Actual object is orange and you are trying to cast it to mango. So 100% you are going to get poor compiler can be fooled, because it just checks by the type of the reference. Fruit downcasted to mango, all fine. But as you are telling me, most of you are understanding. I hope everyone is understanding. And what is that famous exception? Java.lang, that's the name of the package, class cast exception. And what is the error message it will give you? What cannot be cast into what? What is it we are having actually? Is a orange. So it will tell you orange, fully qualified names and all, can't be cast, cannot be cast into mango. Are we completely clear? You just think about type of the memory picture. You have a fruit type of reference pointing to orange. So how can you suddenly cast a orange to a mango? They are totally different. So is there any solution? To avoid this error, avoid this exception, that solution is instance of. We already did it in a earlier assignment manner. So how will you apply it? So I'll just take this here. You can't do anything. So naturally, F, O, yes, yes. I got a network glitch. Yeah, I know. I asked you a question which I think you missed. I asked you this downcasting, sorry, this instance of checking, should it be done before the downcasting or after the downcasting? B or A, before or after? Naturally before. And what is it you place on the left hand side is the reference type, and you are doing the runtime checking. So you are saying if F is actually instance of what is it you want to downcast? To mango. So better be sure if it is pointing to is a mango. So what is it we are looking at? Orange. So tell me, is orange a mango? Absolutely not. So this instance of operator will return you what? True or false? Of course, it will return you false. And here you can go into the else branch and you can give me you can just give an error message. This particular fruit cannot be pulped. I mean some invalid type kind of things. Okay, so this is what is the major part of yesterday, including the abstraction. Okay, so as a summary statement, when do you need upcasting? I think people have already understood. So when will you need to apply the downcasting? If and only if a superclass reference. Okay, I don't care. It could be a abstract superclass reference or it could be a concrete superclass reference is pointing to subclass object. So this tells you indirect referencing. We are not at the same level. Superclass reference pointing to subclass object and trying to invoke some subclass specific functionality. The additional functionality, exactly. Additional features which are present to a subclass, not present in the superclass. See, a child always inherits things from a parent, but parent doesn't have access to the child's things, life's philosophy, whatever. So the point is, I'm saying here, the parent type of a reference, the superclass reference cannot access anything directly. So that is when you need the downcasting. And as a suggestion, not as a suggestion, as a good programming practice, before doing downcasting, always perform instance of checking to avoid your runtime error, which is nothing but your class cast exception. Are we 100%? Okay, I'm still not sure whether I should say 100%. Okay, 70%. At least have you reached your 70% understanding? 75%, 70%. And keep solving more and more. Every concept, be it exception handling, be it collection framework, are based on this. So you'll get a lot of revisions. Okay, so now let me continue with your yesterday's shapes example. We had almost finished it. Only thing I had not written was a tester. So I'll just quickly write a tester and then I'll take you to another important concept, very important concept in Java in form of interfaces. So let me just open that. What was it we were working on yesterday? 5.3, I guess. I'll just check. I'll copy. Yeah, correct. So I'll copy it into day 6.1 so that I don't have to write all those shapes. I will of course run through the code so everyone can connect with it. Okay, so here bounded shape can be anything, circle, polygon, triangle, anything. So when you are in the class bounded shape, which is obviously a superclass, we don't have any idea about area computation. I don't have any formula. So But I want to impose the same behavior to all my subclasses. So what is the trick? Supply only declaration. So that is where you have abstract keyword, and you know the rule. The moment you add abstract method, you have to declare the class as an abstract class. I hope we are revising sufficiently enough number of times. Can abstract classes have the state? Of course, yes. If you make the data members as protected, then you don't need a constructor, because protected members are accessible to either the same package subclass as well as different package subclass. But since I'm showing you tight encapsulation, abstract superclasses must supply a constructor to initialize their private members. See, when I talk in a formal terms, it sounds complex. When you look at the code, it becomes so simple, easy. Can abstract classes contain concrete behavior? Yes is the answer. So what is it we are looking at? Are we looking at 100% abstraction or a partial abstraction? Answer is partial abstraction. Wait for interfaces. That is where you'll see 100% abstraction. So I hope everyone is clear with the base class, as in abstract superclass. Now, then we had written towards the end of yesterday some concrete subclasses. The moment you say extends bounded shape, just observe what is happening. I'm commenting this. Immediately you get a compiler error, because the moment you are inheriting from the abstract class, that means you are inheriting all the abstract behavior. So if you want to continue, suppose you don't know how to compute the area. I mean, just imagine. Then what you have to do is you just add a word here, abstract, and continue with the abstraction. But everyone knows how to compute the area of a circle. So let us stop. I mean, let us make it concrete. And the only way you can make it concrete is by providing the implementation details about all abstract methods. Currently only one. So rest of the things we have seen. When you say super.toString, super refers to your choices are object class or a shape class. I mean object or bounded shape. Tell me. I like to ask mixed question. Is it a shape or is it an object? Somebody said object, wrong. Super means immediate superclass. Are you getting it? So where it will go? It will go to the bounded shape. But tomorrow means, okay, if I comment this, then it will use the inherited version of an object and that will be applied. Okay. Always be clear. So currently it is just inheriting from, it will go to the immediate superclass. If that doesn't have it, then it will use the inherited form. And everyone knows the formula. There's nothing in the formula. I mean, simple one. So you are coming out with a circles area. In the very similar manner, we had derived other class, rectangle, and its whole definition. So, I mean, yesterday it was already getting late, so I did not write any tester. Let me write tester in 2 minutes and we'll continue to our first topic of today, interfaces. So let me add a tester here. Let's say test shapes. I've done this kind of activity in one of the labs, but not with everyone. So how do you comment this one? Just mark that block. Suppose I want to comment this constructor. So mark it, and like our VS Code, control slash. Okay, so that will do the job. And if you say control slash once again, it will uncomment. Control and forward slash. Okay, so coming back here, let me this thing. Let me give you the objective. So here, okay, what is it I want? I don't want to waste time in talking to, user, which is the shape you want to draw and switch casing and all, because see the time, and you don't need to do all this. So I will tell you what I want. I want, let me focus. I want this. I want in the heap, or okay, let me not talk in heap. I want two circles. Okay, I'm giving you inputs. I want, let's see, I'll be more specific. I want circle 1 to have, some center point, that is origin 10, 20, and the radius of 10.5. Just some numbers. There's nothing about the numbers. Then I want a rectangle. A rectangle should have some coordinates, top left corner, 30, 40, some width, some height, some this. And then maybe I want another circle, okay, with, let's say, some coordinates. Okay. So here my requirement. So what should be circle 2? This is, you can always add more shapes to it. So what I want is, I'm asking you, don't attach scanner, don't involve user, give me hard-coded information. So all of this should be hard-coded. I'm giving you the values. The hard-coded information is best for testing. After our core Java sessions are over, you will have a lab exam. You know the CDAC pattern. So in lab exam, you are given only 2 hours and we'll be giving you some business problem to solve. So if you start directly by attaching, keep the scanner and all, but my suggestion is always populate. Hard-coded means sample data. Just generate some sample data, test your entire business logic, and then you can always take the inputs from user and integrate the whole thing. So this is your best for test cases, testing and all that. So coming back to the point rather, what I'm saying is, what is it I want in the memory is, yeah, I already got some idea from Pratiksha. So here, just give me a second, Pratiksha. So here, what I want in the memory is, there should be a circle object created with this, a rectangle object created with this, and circle 2 created with this. But now, see my next requirement. If I just say this much, anyone can go ahead and say, circle 1 equal to new circle this, rectangle is this, circle 2. But read my next requirement. Display, what is it I want to display? Display the information of shapes and display their computed area using some loop. You can use, when I say loop, typically we'll go for each because it's an easier one. The moment you read this word, this kind of a problem, everyone knows I'm talking of in an array. Okay. So how will you do this? What type of an array you will create? Exactly. You will create an array of a common type. I can't create a rectangle array. I can't create a circle array. So which is the common super type? Shapes. So let's start. If you are writing it with me, write parallelly. Everyone knows. So you can say control space because it is in the different package. Oh, sorry. Our name of the class is not shape. It is bounded shape. It's bounded shape. When I say control space, it will bring in, or the keystroke is control shift O for organizing the imports, for fixing the imports. Here, I'll say shapes. And if I do this much only, bounded shape, and how many shapes I want? 3. Everything hard coded. So of course this will work, but currently it is filled with nulls. And I'll have to spend 3 more lines adding bounded shape 0, or sorry, shapes of 0 equal to new circle, shapes of 1 equal to this, shapes of 2 equal to this. We don't want it. This is approach which is called as, this, dynamic initialization of array. And like I remember, I have taken it in one of the labs. I've shown you the example, but this is known concept. So I will just tell you the example first in primitive types and then in the reference type. So suppose I say, check this example. I'll write it first for primitives and then we'll continue in line 14. So for primitive types, you must have seen this already. Suppose I create double array numbers. How do you create it? Here, you don't require any new keyword. Everyone knows arrays are the objects and objects are created dynamically on the heap using new keyword, new operator. But I'm saying when you use this, what is the implicit keyword compiler introduces is new double array. So will you need to write it? Answer is no, not required, but it is implicitly added by the compiler. And then you can just add the values. So suppose I say 12.34, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean something. So here, how many objects will be created on the heap? One single object, array object, containing the references or containing the values, please. Tell me, references or values? Of course, values. It's a primitive type. And which are the values it is going to hold? The first slot will contain, index 0 will contain this, rest of it. Everyone is clear? Now extend the same idea to array. Okay, so what is it I'm showing you? Dynamic initialization of array, but the array is of the reference types. So all three things. Which three things? Creation of the array, creating of the different objects, and populating their pointers, references in the array can happen in one line. So start. This is your symbol. Which is the implicit keyword your compiler will add? New bounded shape ka array. So this is implicitly added. You don't have to do this. You can keep it if you want, but why you write more code unnecessary? And now, what is it I can add here inside the array? People are already giving me exactly. I've got the whole answer from Nikhil, Pratiksha, and so many. So here, can I say, listen to this, can I say really new? It is giving me anonymous inner type. Anyway, bounded shape. Anonymous inner type you have not done yet. If I do this, tell me, what is, what is wrong in it? Compiler is shouting. Abstract classes cannot be instantiated. But can I have abstract superclass reference pointing to concrete subclass via upcasting? Very much yes. So I don't want to create an abstract shape. Who wants abstract shape? I want concrete shapes. So now, since you are anyway writing it, so now let me just take some values. I hope you are realizing, and I hope understanding, not realizing, understanding. Okay. So let me just finish the whole thing and then we'll talk about it. So then is the, let's say, rectangle, and the values I have is some sample data. This is a best way to set up a test case and quickly check your business logic. Instead of writing, you can write two testers. One is this sample data tester, and one is your big tester, which has while not exit, switch casing, and lot more. And then you have the next is what? Circle again. New circle and some hard-coded sample data. Okay. So let me keep everything in visibility. So now, my favorite question. How many objects, once this line is executed, this is one Java statement. You can see that. How many Java objects are created on the heap, please? Count again. Count again. 3. Those who are saying 3 is wrong. You forgot the holder. So, of course, circle, rectangle, circle, fine. But there is an array object which is holding all those references. So, I had drawn also, and I think I had uploaded this picture also. So, there will be 4 objects. The first one will be the array of references. And then the first slot, index position 0, pointing to circle reference. Index 1 pointing to rectangle reference, and index 0, 1, 2 pointing to circle. So here 4 objects. So first object is the array, the holder array of references, and then you have C1. I'm just calling it a C1, rectangle 1, and C2. So isn't it easy to set up some dummy data and test your business logic? Are we completely clear about this approach, dynamic initialization of array? Next one, you can draw. I think I've drawn it earlier, but you can draw the memory picture of this line if you are not so clear, and I will check it. We will confirm it in our lab session. Now, can I attach a for each loop to the array? Very much yes. So let us finish the story quickly. For each, bounded shape, maybe S, you can use anything. Bounded shape S, it's a local variable in, what is the variable name? Shapes. Everyone knows. It goes, what do you say, from the first element to the last element, traversing all with a step size of +1. Now I'm not, okay, sorry, I should ask you, why should I say this? I want to print the information. So where is it that, yeah, information. So which is the method I'm going to use? ToString. So for calling ToString, will I need any downcasting? Required or not required? Quickly. I've said it so many times. Of course not required. Why? Because ToString method is also available in bounded shape. Tomorrow, if you go ahead and comment it, no worries. It will inherit it from the object class. So not required. Okay. So here first, and just now I have shown you, just now means morning, that when you say system.out.println s, what it will call internally? String.value of s, which calls s.toString. Are you getting it? So this is done. Now I want to display the area. So tell me, for calling the area functionality, that area or compute area, do I need downcasting? Downcasting is required or not required? Let me ask you. Yeah, s.toString also somebody said not required, guys. Simply s is sufficient. It will anyway call s.toString. Is downcasting required? No. Why? Because see this s dot, when I say immediately I get area, because same old statement, compiler goes by what? Type of reference. It is bounded shape, and in bounded shape, for this particular reason, to impose the same functionality, common declaration to everyone, we have added the abstraction. Okay. So in short, the whole thing works out so beautifully without any downcasting, without any typecasting at all. Wait a second, my screen is stuck. Okay, so this is it. This is all. And everything will be resolved automatically. So quickly, for the first iteration of the loop, what is it? ToString method and the area method will be called actually on which object? Everyone knows it, on the circles object, C1. For the next iteration, this rectangles object. And for the last iteration, this circle object. So this is where you are practicing. This is not where. This is where you are using the dynamic method dispatch, runtime polymorphic behavior, and indirect referencing and everything. Whatever we said is a small example, small showcase, small demo of everything. Confirm. And as expected, you can see this is the circles information. Oh, I forgot. My mistake. Circles. Sorry. I must have messed up. Yeah, I never gave the what happened? No, why it was? Have I not initialized the circle radius? Yeah. See this, in a hurry in yesterday's code, I forgot to initialize the radius. So radius was obviously instance variable static members initialized to default value. So a mess. Okay. Let me check if I've forgotten the other thing in rectangle. No, here I had not forgotten. So coming back, let's confirm. Okay, so you can see that X, Y, and the radius looks fine, and some area computed. Rectangle is easier, 12 into 13, 156 is okay, and some area. See, I mean, the area computation formula is not important, you know that. I mean, that part is not important, but the abstraction, upcasting, downcasting, not downcasting, but the rest of the thing. So, again, are we clear with this example? Everyone? Everyone is clear? Okay, so whenever you are revising, start the revision with this. Just when you join the labs, when you enter the labs today, import day 6.1 and thanks, Nikhil. And here, just open test shapes. And if possible, don't go to the elaborate memory diagram. Now you know class loading and all that. Just draw things in the heap and the stack at least, and you'll get a complete clarity on how the whole code is working. So this was regarding all the points covered so far. starting with area of references, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. So now let us get you into the today's exciting topic, interfaces. Covariance, Shubham, what I'll do is, because already look at the time and I'm not even started with interfaces. So covariance, guys, not just Shubham, everyone. Yesterday's ready code samples. Okay. What was yesterday? Day 5, right? So please, not now. I'll take it in the lab. So here in day 5 help, in the not in the readmes, in the ready code, I have given you a very good example of a covariance demo. So everyone, go through it today. Yesterday you may not have got time because lot many things were happening. So today you're not supposed to open it in the IDE. Just open it in the notepad or some basic text editor. Draw memory pictures quickly, not elaborate. Okay, just basic memory pictures and try to see it. And I will definitely take it in the lab. And please request your individual lab faculties to explain if it is not clear. And tomorrow morning also, if I find majority is not clear, I will have to take it in the theory session. That's a promise. But when I say promise, I might forget. So do remind. So coming back to today's help. Today's first topic. So again, you'll say that every topic you're saying important, but it is seriously the first week of core Java is the foundation. On that top of, if your foundation, foundation of a building or whatever, if it is not good, how will you survive in data structures or in IO, and most importantly in your projects when you are going to apply all these ideas? So it is going to take some time. Coming back. So read this and I'll start explaining line by line. So let's start with it. On the first day, I think second day, when we entered class programming, I told you that class is a blueprint or the template for creating the objects. So now I'm taking you a step further. Like how we say, class is a blueprint of creating the instances or creating the objects. You will see interface is nothing but a blueprint or a template for creating a class. Okay, so this doesn't mean anything yet. I know, I'm totally aware. So just give me time and you'll understand. So will you start first developing a class or developing an interface when it comes into the picture? We will start with the interface. And to give you a little bit clarity, interfaces are nothing but the specifications. So we use the words what and how. So what is to be done, meaning abstract method declarations, will be fully added in the interfaces, and the concrete implementations, actual details, how the functionality has to be solved, will be done in the implementation class. So you will enjoy clear-cut separation between what is to be done versus how it is to be done. That's the heart of interfaces. So this is, in this sense, I mean, it is a blueprint of a class. What are the two things mainly which we add in interfaces? Those are, one is the data members and one is the methods. I'm so sorry, just a minute's interruption. Just give me a minute. Please read. I'll be back. I'm so sorry. So, right. So we were talking about what are the typical contents of the interface. It has data members, it has methods. But implicitly, when I say implicitly, compiler will add all these. Implicitly, all the data members are going to be always public, static, and final. And the only thing which you can declare in the interfaces are abstract methods. So the moment I say only abstract methods, it is a means to achieve 100% abstraction, complete abstraction. So, but read this twice. Whatever I'm saying is true only till Java 7, Java JDK 1.7, because from JDK 1.8, okay, let me say this properly. Till JDK 1.7, Java was only it was supporting only object-oriented features. But the major change or major addition, I won't say change, major addition is from Java 8 onwards, Java has also started supporting functional programming paradigm, as in higher order functions, lambda expressions, functional interfaces, and so many closures and all that. So the point is, after Java 8, it is different. So today, am I showing you any new features in interface? Answer is no. First, get what? Get settled in basic form of interfaces. And then once you are settled, once we do the collection framework, then I generally take functional programming in Java. So that time you will understand. So coming back to the point, whatever I'm saying is true till JDK 1.7. And you will see from JDK 1.8 onwards, you can also add something called as default methods, static methods in the interface. But that confuses the beginner. So let us do it in 2 steps. This is your step 1 today. Next one. So why interfaces I've given you in writing, but that I will come to in a minute. But it is used to achieve full abstraction, and it is an excellent alternative to your multiple inheritance. How? Little later. But when you talk about Java interface, just like your, superclass and a subclass, we were talking about superclass, subclass completely for last 2-3 days. So today, you will see, you will enjoy, you will experience the same is a relationship, inheritance relationship, but not via superclass and a subclass, but you will see it via interface and a implementation class. And you will see that it is nothing but is a relationship. And like how you cannot instantiate an abstract class, interfaces are complete, pure, 100% abstract structure. You can't instantiate them. Okay, so these are the basic points. But people ask you any new topic we start, you have to understand why you are learning it. So these are the reasons why Java interface. So first and foremost reason is it gives you pure abstraction, complete abstraction, 100% abstraction. It is a means to achieve pure abstraction, full abstraction. Here, when I say, you already know that. Does Java support multiple inheritance via classes using superclass and a subclass? Answer is no. Means what? Can one class extend from multiple superclasses? No. But soon you will see one class can implement the functionalities, can implement multiple interfaces. That's your multiple inheritance. So you'll come to that soon. And the another great advantage of interfaces is it allows you loose coupling. Loose coupling means separation. Okay, so interfaces allow total separation between, already you know the words, what is to be done, that is specification, specs, rules or contract, all means the same, and versus how it is to be done. So when I take you further, what is it which you will add in the interfaces is only the specs part, specification part, and the Implementation details will be totally separated in implementation classes, implementing classes. Okay. So there is a very good example, but it is ahead of point example. You will see because of this separation, Java can give you two things: database independence, write once, run anywhere, and it can also support in advanced Java web server independence. So all this, the reasoning is the complete separation. So let me come to the JDBC topic or our server side Java, servlets and JSPs and whatnot, Spring and all, and that time it will be clearer. So now read the simple statement. Which are the keywords added for methods and which are the keywords added for data members? So remember it. I mean, just you have to do it once. So which are the two keywords before the methods? All methods are implicitly public and abstract, and all data members are public, means visible from anywhere. Static means without any object reference. You just call interface name dot member name. And what is the meaning of a final in Java? Tell me, what is final in Java? You know that. It's a constant, immutable constant. Yeah, read only. So all interface data members are public static constants. Okay. Now with this background, come to the syntax. Read the syntax and I will explain. So let me start explaining. What are the access modifiers for the interface? Same as class. So either there is no modifier, means the interface is visible, accessible in the current package, current folder, or if you are the access specifier modifier as public, it can be accessible from anywhere. Which is the keyword you are learning next is interface. Like how we have a class, next type is this new type is interface. Tomorrow I might take enum. If I mean, depends on time. Like there are different types in Java. So one is class, one is interface. Then comes the name of the interface. Follow the norms. Again, it starts with a capital letter, uppercase, and then go camel casing. Then now it comes, you are defining an interface. So one interface can extend from multiple super interfaces. Don't get confused. Like how you have the term superclass and a subclass. But can one subclass extend from multiple superclasses? Answer is no. But can one sub-interface extend from multiple super interfaces? Answer is yes. So how do you say this? You can give the comma separated list. For example, if I talk in example, things are easier. Can I say interface, let's say A, extends A1, A2, A3, provided all these are interfaces? Answer is yes. There's nothing wrong in it. So when you inherit from the interface, what happens? We'll talk separately. So what are the two main things? The main thing is data members and the methods. In addition to that, you have something called as nested interfaces, nested classes, but nested topic we have not yet reached. So currently only this. So what are the three implicit keywords added by compiler? Public, static, final. I must have said it already for the fifth or sixth time. And what are the two implicit keywords for the method? Public and abstract. So as an example, if I say int data equal to 100, this is the triplet. These are the implicit keywords added: public, static, final, int. And constants are always uppercase. So 100. And which are the two implicit keywords added here? Public and abstract. Okay. So now a question for you. If I just declare an interface, is it useful or is it useless? If I just keep on, writing interfaces, useful or useless? Totally useless. I hope you are saying the same thing. I said, wait a second, Prachi. Don't jump this. Multiple inheritance via classes is not allowed. Via interfaces is allowed. Let me reach that point. Just now grasp whatever is being said. So answer is, what is it I was asking? I lost my thread. Yeah, I was asking you, if you declare only interfaces, is it useful or is it useless? Answer, it is useless, because what it consists is nothing but the what is to be done. It is like, promising somebody that I will do this and this, but not doing it. Okay. So what is super important? What is important is, after the specification, somebody has to take efforts and implement. So specifications are all here in the interface. What is to be done? So this tells you that, okay, there's a calculate method which takes in two double arguments and returns double. But is it actually going to add up these numbers? Is it going to take the power of function, or is it going to subtract, or whatever? What is it is going to do? That is written in a implementation class. So now read this. Everyone knows how the class syntax is. There's only one additional keyword you are looking at, which is implements. Read this. I'll talk to you. So start looking at it. What are the legal access specifiers at the class level? Default, that is no modifier, or the public. Then is your class. Then comes the name of the class. A class can extend from a single superclass and can implement the behavior from multiple interfaces. So in that case, what should come first? Answer is extends comes first. You have to define whether you have to start with the extends and name of the superclass. I've never said superclasses because it's not allowed. But here then comes the keyword, if it is required, implements, and then you can have the comma separated list of interfaces. Think an example. I can say public class, my implementation class extends from my superclass, implements I1, I2, I3, provided all of them are interfaces. Okay, that is what the syntax is. Now, the moment, the moment you say it is implementing couple of interfaces, let's say I1, I2, I3, what are these interfaces containing? Tell me, abstract methods or concrete methods, A or C? Abstract methods. So when you say you are implementing them, you are simply inheriting abstract behavior. So if you want this class to be a concrete class, concrete means what? Non-abstract. What is the rule? What it should do? It should define, it should implement all the abstract methods inherited from all those interfaces. So must define or must implement, it's the same. All abstract methods inherited from all these. I/F is interface. I'll write it. I'm going to use this short form all the time. Too much otherwise to write. So from all the interfaces. Okay. And if you don't do that, compiler will give you error. So there are only two options. Either make this class as abstract, or if you don't want to continue with the abstraction, give the concrete definition to all these methods. Okay. So just an example to make it, to get you started. Public class circle extends from shape, bounded shape, just now we did, and it can implement only single interface or multiple interfaces. Answer is multiple interfaces. So these could be some of the names. And what is it I must have here so that my circle becomes concrete? Answer here is it must implement all the inherited abstract methods from computable as well as runnable. Okay. So initially, if you're hearing it for the first time, people get thoroughly confused. Sometimes she's saying extend, sometimes she's saying implements. So a quick picture. to set you right, to, to remove this, whatever confusion. If you are not confused, still I'm explaining as a revision. Hear it. So here I have got a super class. Okay. So there's some super class and there is a subclass. This everyone knows. So please don't say here also you are confused. So tell me, what is the relationship between our superclass and a subclass? Everyone knows the answer. It is nothing but is a relationship. So this is a relationship, and which is the keyword which brings in this is a relationship. Everyone knows in the middle of night kind of a thing. It is extends, right? So this part, don't unsettle. This is as it is. Okay. Now today I am introducing two more terms. Like how we have a superclass and a subclass, can you not think of super interface and a sub interface? I/F is interface. So tell me, what will be the relationship between your super interface and sub interface? Again, the answer is a. Okay. So the relationship is a. And which is the keyword which will bind a sub interface to a super interface? Is it extends or is it implements? E or I? Answer is extends. When you put it down on a piece of paper or, clearly, there shouldn't be any confusion. Extends. But now, can a sub interface extend from only one super interface or multiple? Single or multiple? Answer is multiple. Keyword still remains the extends, So here I can have comma separated list. So I can have another super interface too, and I can have another. I mean, it can continue. Okay. Interface two. Okay. So this is possible. This is all I'm writing is only legal combinations. So one sub interface can extend from multiple super interfaces. And what is it we are having here? All we are doing is inheriting. Tell me, declaration, definition, both or neither. In this case, what is it we are inheriting? Of course, the abstract method declaration. Okay. Here, what we are inheriting is the concrete behavior, concrete implementation. Here, what you are inheriting is simply the abstraction, simply the abstract method declaration. Okay. This is legal. This is allowed. Now, the last combination. What is the relationship between an interface and a class? Again is a. So can I have the interfaces? I can say yes. But am I restricted only to one interface? Absolutely not. So I can have comma separated list of interfaces. You can imagine that. And then I can think of writing implementation class. Okay. So now tell me, what is going to be the relationship between the interface and the implementation class? Again, it is a. Okay. So the relationship we are still talking about, we have not shifted from is a. Has a and all, has a, but I mean, I'll tell you formally sometime later, tomorrow or day after. But now tell me, which is the keyword we use for this binding? Is it extends or is it implements? Here it is implements. Okay. So are we completely clear? Which type of different relationships can exist between different types and which is the keyword to be used when? Okay. Between class and a class, extends. Between super interface and sub interface, extends with multiple inheritance. And between a class and the interface, implements. And this is starting point. And then the keyword is again, the keyword is here, implements. Okay. So keep that with you. I'll save it in the whiteboard. Now, with this knowledge, we can start coding. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to write, I'm just going to take one example and put it in one package. Protected class. I don't understand your question, Saurabh, but the access specifier for the class.
Ma'am, you said our subclass will be default or public in nature. Then why not protected? We know about private. Then why not
No,
our
no, no, you
subclass?
don't know about private. You are saying all the things wrong. The rule is the outer classes, outer types in Java can only have the package private scope or public. The outer classes, as a syntactical rule, can never be either private or protected. When I take you to the topic of inner classes, as in nested classes, then I will tell you more. Okay. As a syntactical rule, outer types, be it interface, be it class, can only be packaged private. You can access them within a package or everywhere. That's the syntax.
And one more, ma'am.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, if we have two interfaces, is it compulsory? Can
No,
we extend one and implement other, or we implement
no, no, no.
both?
Why you're asking question after I've drawn it in such a clear-cut manner? The keyword between interface and class. First of all, don't unmute. First request. And the second one is here I have already written. So you cannot have extents and implements for supplying the relationship between interface and class. Anyway, if you are confused, give me time. Have I written a single example so far? No. So let me at least start writing examples and you will be automatically clear. So wait for a while. So now my suggestion to all of you is quickly when you join the labs, import day 6.1 and go through the tester. The bounded shape circle rectangle was already discussed. So spend some time on the tester and then start solving all simple examples from interfaces. Today is the first look at interface. Then I'll get you into the more detail with functional interfaces, functional programming on some other day. So here, let me start creating now the interfaces packages in a sequential manner. It will be easier for you to revise. So how to create interface from the IDE? It's very easy. Right now I'm not getting it. I'm not looking at the messages here. So like I said, that the question is a little irrelevant question. Why not? But anyway, let me not get distracted here. Can you all see? We were using C here. For class, there is a drop-down list. So what is it I want to create first? An interface, a specification, package P1. Initially, all examples are going to be very basic to explain the point, to explain the concept. And then we will have a proper practical example. So coming back here, uh, let's say this, and let's say some, typically, you will see so many examples, so many interfaces, comparable, runnable, serializable, clonable, because these are the names of the interfaces, built-in interfaces, Java API interfaces, because they represent a functionality, capability. So in the similar manner, I'm saying printable. So this is what it is. So tell me, who was it? Rohit, I guess. What is the scope of this? What is the visibility of this interface? Can I access it in the same package or anywhere? Answer is anywhere. Public and default, you know that. Now, so here, just to show you the interface data members. So tell me, when you declare the data member here, what are they implicitly? Remember the triplet, public, static, and final. And let me declare something just to show you. Sorry, I wanted to say data. Okay, so this is your interface constant. And you will see shortly, the implementation classes can directly access this interface constant. But if there is another class which is not implementing, it will have to access it as interface name dot member name. All this with the examples will be clear. Now, I can declare methods. So what are the two implicit keywords with the method? Public and abstract, right? So here, since it is a printable, let me just have a print method here and let it print the some message. See, guys, don't focus on the actual functionality. I'm just telling you the rules today, how the whole thing works. And we will add the business logic, proper business logic later. So this is your first one. So can you understand? The interface consisting of public static final data members and a single abstract functionality. Of course, when I say this, can I add only a single abstract method or multiple? S or M? Answer is multiple. I can definitely add the multiple. It can contain either a single abstract method, it may not contain any single method, it may contain multiple abstract method, and these have actual names. So all those things are the advanced part of interfaces to be done later. So now come to the point. If I just write this much, useful or useless? Totally useless. Why? I'll ask you. Can you create the instance of this printable? Yes or no? It's a Boolean question. Past. Of course not. Why not? Because you can't create the instance of abstract type, and interfaces till JDK 1.7 was 100% purely abstract structure. So, for example, I mean, I'll not write that, but you try it out. You try to say printable P equal to new printable, and compiler will give you error. So, what is the next step? What is the next thing I have to do? I have to write a implementation class. So, what is to be done is all here. Now, how to print a particular message? Let us have it as the implementation class. So, now a question. I have not said this, so I'll just ask you verbally. I will come here and ask you. Suppose I have got an interface such as printable. Okay, so I'll take that example. So what is printable? Printable, I have declared it as an interface. So answer the question, please. Can one interface be implemented by only a single implementation class or multiple? S or M? What do you think? Of course, it can be. The same behavior can be implemented in different manners. Okay, so here one interface can definitely be implemented by, that is what I'm showing you. All the rules today, nothing great, but rules, that is itself great. So can be implemented by multiple implementation classes. So when I say printable, printing is what I'm saying. So printing may involve just writing a message on the console. So let us call it as console printer. Okay. So what will be the relationship between a console printer and a printable? Is a relationship. Console printer is a printable. That is, it is implementing printable. So it will just print the message in a on a what? On a console. But when I take you to file days, file handling, I can, when I say print, I can store that message. It's a string message in a text file. So it can be a file printer. Okay. Today I can't show you because you don't know file writers and all that. But yes, sometime you'll know. So that message can be saved in a file printer. I'll draw one more arrow. When we talk about distributed computing, client and server architecture, client sends the HTTP request to the server. All this will be covered in web programming, don't worry. Server is the one who will execute, service the business logic and send the response. So I can have, a socket. Socket is the endpoint of communication. So I can also have yet another variety, socket printer. When I say socket printer, don't get confused here. The only thing what I mean is the message will be taken from whatever the method, and it will be sent over socket. If you don't know what is a socket, socket is the endpoint of communication of TCP/IP world. So a client can take a message and send it over the socket to the server, and server will process that message or store it in the database or whatever. That's not important. The important fact is, can one functionality be implemented by multiple implementation classes? Answer is very much yes. So now the next question. So if you take a look at these console printer, file printer, socket printer, can anyone tell me what it will have? What will be common? Your choices are Method declaration, method definition, both or neither. What will be same? What will be common among these three classes? Everyone knows the answer. They will share, they will evolve from same method declaration, whatever that print method. But will the implementation also be same? Of course not. This fellow will put it on a console. This will store it in a file and this will send it to the server using something like a socket. Are you understanding? So one interface, multiple implementation classes. So coming back here, now you'll understand whatever I'm saying. So in the same package, to make your revision easier, let us write for the first time implementation class. Those who have done it, I mean, can definitely find it a little boring, but please bear with me. Everyone has to understand file printer. Okay, now, so here, let's do this. When I say file printer, what is it we have? Oh, sorry, I started with, okay, anyway, you can understand that first. I had console printer written first. I can always start. And here, which is the keyword which binds a class with an interface? It is implements. And, sorry, implements. What is wrong? And here, what is the name of the interface we have? Printable. But the moment you do this, why compiler is shouting? Okay, scratch that question. What is the solution? How do I make this error go away? How do I make this error disappear? Tell me. There are two ways, two solutions. Anyone wants to tell me? Either make this as an abstract class or provide the implementation of that abstract method. So let me show you that first. My file printer can say, I don't know how to print it in a file, how to put it in a file. So it is an abstract class. Compiler agrees. But the moment you want to create it as a concrete class, what is it you have to do is implement all abstract methods. So currently I'm starting with one print method. So here, which is the method I have to implement? Print. But the rules are same as method overriding and the annotation is also same. So which is the annotation you have learned earlier? @ override. So when you say @ override, it is applicable for overriding form of the method as well as the implementation form. Don't trust me. Whenever you go here, okay, right now, I mean, it won't give you, otherwise it will give you pop-up help. Let me write. So now tell me, just a second, I'll take it here and you'll tell me what is wrong with it. So here, compiler doesn't like you. Compiler gives you error. Tell me quickly why there is a compiler error. You know the answer. Exactly. So what is the rule? And either for overriding or for implementing, you cannot restrict the access specifier. That's the rule. So here, which is the implicit keyword, which is the implicit scope here? Public. So you will have to maintain it as the public since there's nothing like wider than public. So all implementing methods must be that. And today we don't have files. Otherwise, I would have shown you the exact example. So I'm just writing printing or storing a message. Okay, whatever. It's just a SOP kind. Printing a message in a file. This is just a token. Don't take it literally. And what is that message? I'm printing. Are we clear so far? Don't expect real business logic because this is just a beginning. Now, so this is as far as the file printer class is concerned. Now let me quickly do the other one. One interface can have multiple. So here I can go for my console printer. You will say finally it is all if putting it on console. I agree, but the files are not yet done. File handling is not yet done. So again, the same repeat question, which is the keyword implements. Can one interface have multiple implementations? Of course, yes. Implements printable. And again, the same thing. But this time, I will show you the IDE trick. Today, don't use IDEs. IDEs means, what I mean is the shortcuts. But if you understand all of this, then you can generate the code easily. So go to source, whenever you settle, not today, later, maybe tomorrow. Can you see an option, override/implement methods? So choose that. And it will ask you, which is the method you want to implement? is print. Observation should be excellent. So can you also see, guys, maybe the font is small, but so I'll read. So here, the console printer is an object. So it is also showing you these are the public APIs. These are the APIs. These are the methods of the object class which can be overridden. Are you understanding? It is extending from object implicitly and implementing printable. So currently I don't want to override that. We will do that example later. But currently I'm implementing print. When you observe such things, your all the earlier concept become even clearer. And then I'm just adding here a similar SOP because I don't want to waste your time at all. And printing a message on the console and a message. No big deal. So what is the what is the hierarchy we are having? Which is at the upper hierarchy? Interface or implementation class. I for interface, C for class interface. What is at the lower hierarchy? Implementing classes. So with the picture, I think the whole concept should be clear, or that simple code which I have written, two-liner code, should be clear. Now let's have a tester. So here, let's have the first tester. Let me call it as test one. I'm writing those numbers so that your revision becomes easy. People sometimes, I'm not like cribbing about it, but people, ask me when I'm in the revision, that first 45 minutes and all, question on the last topic. Guys, look, please go revise it in a sequential manner because, last type of course are always complex. So do the revision properly. Now, let's start with the simple thing as the direct referencing. One more good news. Even after spending complete 2 days on inheritance, polymorphism, and whatnot, there is a quite possibility, quite a chance that some of you are still, little lost. So the good news is all the concepts which we have learned with superclass and a subclass, upcasting, downcasting, instance of checking, class class exception, etc. Today you are going to revisit, but using interface and implementation class. So I've already given you the clue here. So just let's write something. So here I'm saying, okay, first forget this direct referencing thing. I will say something and you tell me what is wrong with it. So I'm saying printable p is equal to new. Tell me what is wrong with it. Okay, the question is LHS is wrong or RHS is wrong. You know the answer. The interfaces cannot be instantiated. So does it have a problem with the LHS or RHS? Answer is only the right hand side is wrong. Okay, so this is wrong, definitely. So I'll just wrap up. I know the time. So RHS is a problem. RHS error because interfaces cannot be instantiated. Now let me come to my actual point here. Console printer CP. So why I'm calling it as a direct referencing, because the type of the reference and the type of the object, is it same or is it different? We are at the same hierarchy. Everyone knows direct referencing. So like nothing, no big deal. So CP dot, what is it? What are these methods you are looking at? You are looking at all these inherited methods from the object class. I don't want that. I just want to print a message, some message. So I hope there's zero ambiguity so far. So when I run it, what is it you expect to see? Console printer, printing a message on the console and some message gets printed. I hope you are finding it pretty easy. Soon it will become more interesting. Are we 100% clear so far? I need to keep asking you this. Okay, so that's it. Now, can I create the other variety? What is that other variety? File printer, right? File printer. Answer is of course yes. And if I say fp dot print, let's say another message, some other message or whatever. The idea is just clarification, understanding interfaces today. And I hope everyone is clear when I run this. So where this message is getting printed on the console, you will say this is also getting printed on the console. Absolutely. Just imagine. So later we will put this message in a text file. Are we completely clear so far? 100% clear? Because I'm starting in very small steps, baby steps, tiny steps. Now, everyone also agrees with me that this is an example of direct referencing because the type of the reference and the type of the object is all the same. Okay. Now, let us do a copy. In a minute, we'll stop. Don't worry. So I just copied it. Actually, I shouldn't have. Anyway, I was going to write from scratch. So I will write something and you tell me what it is. Yes, yes, please tell me. Anyone wants to tell me what is P? Is it a primitive type or is it a reference type? It's a reference type. I already got the full answer. But in reference type, you remember there are three subcategories. Class type of reference, array type of reference, interface type of reference. What is it? Everyone knows the answer. It is finally, we have come finally to what? Day 6, interfaces. So, wait a second. Here it is, interface type of reference. And answer the next question. Can interface type of reference, okay, sorry. Can interfaces be instantiated? Of course not. So can you tell me this P, this interface type of reference can directly means without typecasting. I'm telling you everything is the same. Can directly refer to, anyone wants to answer? Fill in the blanks here. Interface type of reference can directly refer to. Answer is all here. So printable type of reference can directly refer to what? Yes. Can you just say class? I'm saying Akash and Pratik. I can't accept your answer. One keyword is missing. One adjective is missing. Implementation class instance. Don't just say any class. If I write class A which doesn't implement printable, it can't refer to that. So always give crisp answers, correct answers. Coming back to the point. Zoom is hanging. Give me a second. I'm still. Yeah. Can refer to any implementation. Okay, any concrete. Let me add all the adjectives. Any concrete implementation class instance. And what is this example of? Nothing but upcasting. From implementation class instance, you are climbing up the hierarchy to interface. So why this works automatically, implicitly is thanks to upcasting. But when you write in English, just English, you don't understand. So can I say P is equal to new, what is it we had? Console printer. So after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? Absolutely no error. Why? Because what is happening? See this. That's why I draw pictures. Console printer is a printable. So you are climbing up the hierarchy or are you climbing down the hierarchy? You are climbing up the hierarchy. Every console printer is printable. So this is nothing but our good old upcasting. And compiler says, I don't need any help from you. I can do this casting automatically because which keyword? Earlier I was saying because thanks to extends keyword. This is thanks to implements keyword. Can you draw the parallelism? You learned all these things day before yesterday regarding classes. Today you are going to hear it everything the same but interface and implementation class. Okay. So now tell me, is this an example of direct referencing or indirect referencing? Everyone knows it is an indirect referencing. Okay. So now same exactly ditto I'm going to talk. So you'll feel connected. So when I say P dot print a message, something. Tell me, this is the last point I'm taking and taking a break immediately. So first you have to satisfy the Java compiler. So age old statement, 3 days old statement. What does compiler go by? Type of reference or type of object? Type of reference. So what is type of P? Printable. So compiler will open printable and will check, is there a print method? Yes. So compiler checks in printable for which method print. Sorry. Finds it okay. But now in the runtime, JVM goes by what? Type of the object. So naturally, the print method will be called on, everyone knows it, on which class? Console printer. So what is it? The print method to be called on which object is decided by whom? Compiler or runtime? Of course, runtime. So again, it is CP for console printer. Again, nothing but runtime polymorphism is equal to dynamic method dispatch. You got this? 100% same it is. Superclass reference pointing to subclass object. Here we are talking about interface reference pointing to implementation class instance. In the likewise manner, I'll go faster. Can I do this also? 100% yes. Is a relationship upcasting. And first object is marked for garbage collection. Currently, I don't care. P dot print and let's say message to something. And all the statements are the same. So this time, print method will be called on which object? The type of the object you are having is a file printer. So output will be similar. But in earlier example, everything we were doing with direct referencing. But you must have noticed, practically, you need indirect referencing. If I want to combine all type of printers, socket printer, file printer, console printer, and handle it in a together manner, you need this. So this is nothing but same output, similar output achieved via indirect referencing. So let's just stop here immediately for a break and resume after break. Anyone needs the code sample and all that? Okay, I was just about to ask you, Kapil. Anyway, I'll just create this and share day 6.1, day 6.2. If anyone wants, can definitely have a look at it. So 6.1, 6.2. I'll make it today. Temp 6. Somebody was suggesting make it temp. So temp 6 I will make. Sip, and I'll share it right away. It's all, it's all temporary. I'll just, what was it? Doesn't respond. Swati ma'am needs to talk to you. So please stay on the call. Balraj is telling you. Just give me a minute. I'll upload and I'll leave the session. Not responding. Okay. Here I'm uploading it. Take it. And if you get time, do go through. Have you received it so I can log off? Not yet received? Received it? Okay. So that will be all. See you after the break. Trying to log off. Good morning and welcome back. So before we continue, I just want to confirm few things. If you have done it, it is actually a very ahead of time question, not question exactly, but I want you to be prepared. So, I'm giving you actually a lot of time, because what I'm asking you is going to be relevant really late towards our end of advanced Java sessions. So, let me just ask you, are you all aware of? See, all of it may not be there in your web technologies contents. So, I'm not at all saying, but I'm just, going off track little bit, just for 2 minutes. So this is regarding React. The questions I'm asking you are regarding React. I'm not sure. I'm not gone through your web technologies contents in detail, so I won't know. So contents may or may not be there. But if you really want to develop a professional full stack application, which 100% is what I insist, the React application, React app will be front end, calling the REST API, backend API services of a backend, and that is where I come in. That is where Java comes in. So Spring Boot application with Hibernate, REST APIs. So that is our domain. That is we will do. But you have lot of time. We are not even starting this advanced training and all. You have a lot of time, basically 1 month minimum. So is everyone aware of JSX? Just you can tell me, keep this. And you should be like in a proficient manner, good manner. Everyone knows how to use the React router a little bit. Okay. So, there are so many good trainer, good, what you say. Just say React router. I'll tell you one. Okay. There is a guy. I mean, I personally like him a lot. Wait a second. Code Evolution. Code. I forgot the name of the YouTube. This is a YouTuber. This is an excellent channel. I mean, whatever React I know, I have mainly learned from this. So he's a excellent tutorials, and just, yeah. So no, let's not have this discussion here, Yogendra. This is not the place for discussing problems. I mean, you please take it up with Swati ma'am. Coming back to this, guys, problem or no problem. I want every one of you. No, nothing. Sorry, I just told you from my side. So every one of you have to be proficient. So start. I'm giving you time. Not I. Who is it? Who am I to give you time and all? But time. The thing is, now itself, you start listening. You start trying out things. You already have created a React app. So start introducing things. Because let me come to the point. On the last day or whenever before project, we definitely every batch we generally meet before you start with project, and I want to show you end-to-end integration. So if I start building everything from scratch, components, services and all that, it takes a lot of time. So some of the things I'm going to do ready made, and the connectivity with the backend we will do from scratch. So give yourself time. And if you are reading about it, React Redux. So one state management tool is Redux Store. But when you have React hooks, this is a trending latest technology, means not so latest, but whatever. So at least if you are aware of little bit about React hooks, it may not be at all in your contents. I'm saying this. Code evolution, yes. I told you. Hooks makes your so much of a code is becomes so what you say, concise. Okay. So use state, use effect. So many hooks are there. At least use state. You should know. And the other one, this thing, Axios framework. There are two frameworks. One is the Fetch and one is Axios. So Axios is extremely easy. So generally, I integrate React. I show people, beginners and all that, the integration from the front end to back end using Axios. It is nothing but a HTTP client framework, and it gives you calls. It gives you ready-made methods: get, post, put, delete and all. So all these CRUD operations can be propagated, can be conveyed from front end to back end. Yes, Postman is the testing tool, Rohit. Postman, Open API are the testing tools. I'm not talking about testing. We are talking about integration. So the React front end, suppose for example, we do the CRUD operation, let's say user based or employee based CRUD operation, hire employee, update employee details, fire employee, and fetch employee details. But where will be employee database? On the back end. So front end will be all UI, user interface. Okay, one more thing. See, whenever we start talking local storage, because you should be aware of all these things, then you won't find any difficulty. So level up is the thing I'm saying. So start reading about all these things and create small react apps which will give you some idea. You will say where you have shown us a backend, agreed. So if you know about node.js express, basically you can try it on that. Or 100% we are going to spend last 3 to 3 days of our enterprise Java. First, we will write a backend. As Rohit said, we will test the through complete backend using Postman, and then we will have a React app semi done, because writing full React app in given time is impossible, and bootstrap and React strap and all that. So we will have a React app talking to the backend. So I'm not wanting to detour. We are very early in the phase. Our core Java also first half is still continuing. So this is lot of time. Start looking up the material. There are so many YouTube. Like I said, one of them which I follow is this. Other one is Java Brains. Extremely great author, great speaker. So you can follow any of them and start upgrading. Start looking into it. So by the time we reach integration, the back end part, don't worry. I'll get it done from you. But the front end part, the React part, start reading. Is everyone clear with it? So just make sure that, ensure that you are, having some idea, you are proficient, not some idea. You should be good in all these topics so that you can easily contact the backend API services, REST APIs basically, and finish do a very good job. Okay, so that was just I thought in the break time, and I thought maybe the YouTuber name Code Volution. Code Volution. He's a great guy. And best part I like is just a 7 to 8, 10 minutes kind of a video tutorial, and only one point, but he takes it so well. Okay, so definitely worth visiting. Or the other one which I said is, that is for Java also, for the React also, Java Brains. Kaushik is the name of the guy, and he's awesome. Both of them are awesome. So this is what definitely go through. Now let us come back on the track, and we were talking about interfaces, and we had started looking at it also. You're more than welcome. So coming back. So what is it we are talking about is interface is a pure abstract structure. And till JDK 1.7, all it could contain was public abstract methods and no implementation. So naturally, that is just containing your specification. So this is your example of an interface, printable. And one interface can be implemented by multiple implementation classes. So one of them is like console printer, one of them is file printer, etc. So this tester is not so interesting. All I'm doing is direct referencing. But what is more than interesting is here, like how we used to say, rather we say, superclass reference, be it an abstract superclass, concrete superclass. So the superclass reference can directly refer to any subclass instance in the same manner. Now you can say, because it is again is a relationship. Okay, so interface type of reference means what? Printable P. Put it in words and you will understand. Interface type of reference can directly refer to. When I say directly, what I mean is without casting, without explicit casting. Upcasting is happening, but that too done by the compiler, can directly refer to any implementation class instance. And then you know the principle of runtime polymorphism is equal to dynamic method dispatch. So when you say p.print, compiler simply checks whether the print method exists in printable as an interface. Of course it exists. And JVM, since it goes by the type of the object, it will pick up print method on the console printer, and which got executed. I think we saw the output also. So everyone knows this. And then the same interface reference can refer to any other implementation class. So are we clear so far? Everyone is clear so far. So now let me make another package. Yeah, let me make another. I am just making a copy of it, so I don't have to write too many things. So this I showed you for one interface, but can I have multiple interfaces implemented by this? Of course, yes. So let me keep, not keeping the whole thing here. Just want to confirm. I made a lot of statements in the earlier half. Now it is our time to confirm. So one interface, as you can see, is printable, and I'm bringing in another interface. But before that, sorry, I forgot to take something. I forgot to say something. So let this be suspended here. I totally forgot about it. Let me ask you. This is the implementation class. So console printer is a printable, is implementing printable functionality. So if I ask you, can, I'll put it as a question. I mean, it's not really a question. Can implementation class access interface constants? Why I'm saying interface constants? Because you know all the data members are implicitly public static final. Final is for constant. So answer is yes. And the next question is how? How will you access them? How will you access them? Answer is directly, as in without even interface name dot member name. So I'm just saying interface constant. Sorry, and I don't have to say printable dot data. I can access it directly. So yes, and how? Answer is directly. When I say directly, what I mean is without using the type name, interface name dot member name. Okay, so this is one thing. Now let me take you to non-implementation class. So take a look at this. What is test 2? Is test 2 implementing your printable interface? Boolean question. Answer is no. So can non-implementation class access interface constants? What's the answer here? Yes or no? Of course, yes. But is it possible to have a direct access? Of course not. So this time you will have to do it as, how will you do it? I'll say again, constant. Everyone knows the answer. What is it? Interface name dot member name. So what is that? Printable dot data. Are we completely clear? Interfaces implementation class can access it directly. Just take the cursor there and you'll know it is nothing but printable data, and it will show you the constant value also. Everything available at the compile time. But here, because constant literal it is, and here you will have to access it. You are accessing the same constant, but using what? Interface name dot member name. Fully clear? Everyone is clear, I hope. Let me just see what happened to my, yeah. So because I could not see the answer, fine. Now I'm introducing, before I take you to some other part. Guys, this is so irritating. Irritating means understand me properly. Every time I want to access any member, I have to I have to give this as interface name dot member name. Okay. Is there any shortcut? I'm all for. Programmers are lazy typically, so they are all keen in shortcuts. So here is the question. Here is the requirement. I want to access the interface constant, not just interface constant, any static data member without type name dot member name. Answer is very much possible. So here, yeah. So one of the usages of keyword, static keyword, I had not taken. I told you at proper time I'll take it. So here there is a a static keyword. You have seen static keyword with data members with methods, but there is a static import syntax also. So here What is it I want to do? I want to import the static member of printable. So how do we write it? Start with your import keyword. But what is it you want to import? Do you want to import a package? No. Do you want to import a class? No. Do you want to import the interface? No. I want to import the static member of a particular type. So add the keyword static. So it is actually import static. And then comes fully qualified name. So what is the fully qualified name of my printable, which is the package I'm in? P1, package name, dot, which is the interface name, printable. You can see the dot. And if I just say control space, auto completion, it says data. So I'll give the meaning here. What does it imply? Read my day 2, day 3 somewhere I've given you regarding static. So there I have explained with example. So static import implies importing static members or member, or it can, you can say star also, by the way. If you have multiple static members, you can say star. So importing static member or members of the specific, of the specified type. So what it means is, once again, quick recap. Here you are telling the compiler that I want to import access directly all, no, sorry, not all, data as a static member of p1.printable. And can you see this? The error vanishes. So there is a zero concept here. It is all about convenience. So let me just take one more example. Everyone knows from the D1 you have been hearing sysout, system.out. So now tell me quickly, I don't want to waste too much time here. What is this out? Take the cursor and you'll know. Out is a static data member of a system class. Okay. So I, being a lazy programmer, I'm too lazy for writing every time system.out.println. So fix the compiler error. Right out this thing. So you understanding? Are you understanding? Of course. So import system dot. So okay, no. It has to be the fully qualified class name. So let's try this out. Start with me. Import static is given. Given means required. What is the fully qualified name of the system class? Java.lang. You can't say that, okay, it is default available. Here you have to go fully qualified. So java.lang.system. And in system class, if you want system.in also, out also, error also, so you could have said star, or there is a GC method. There's so many static. But currently I just want out. So that's it. So I hope everyone is clear with the syntax. So after that, okay, what is it you are telling compiler? I want to directly access the out as in static member of this system class. Last example and we'll move on. You remember there is a, are you understanding, by the way? Nobody's lost. Okay, great. So here, now let us say you remember there is a pi constant, or okay, power function. Everyone has used the power function. So how do you use the power function? Math.power. But I don't want it. I want to access it directly. So give me the usage, give me the import static, just as a nothing to do with the interfaces. On a side note, import static. What will come after that? The fully qualified name of the class, which is what? Java.lang.math. And you can say math. See, all these members, can you see? Math.e, exponent, pi, absolute, any method. So currently, suppose I'm interested in power function, power method. It is giving you warning that you have not used it. Let's use it. So out.println something. I'm just using the power function, power of, let's say, 8,2. So we are just squaring the number. Idea is not squaring. Idea is import static. Are we 100% clear on the syntax? Yes. Import static java.lang.math. Okay, somebody said java.lang.math. Wrong. You have to either say java.lang.math dot star, importing all the static members, or a particular member you want, that way. And output is not very interesting at all. I mean, you know what we are talking about. So this is accessing your interface constant. This is accessing your static method of a math class. Sometime I'll show you static initializer block also at proper time. So Now coming back on the track, let's continue in interfaces. So till now, we were working with printable. So let me add one more. Let's say computable something. I'm just bringing in so that you know whatever I said, can one class implement from multiple interfaces, etc., etc. We can do this. So computable, and here, oh sorry, I called it as a class. My mistake. I wanted a interface. So this is a computable interface, and let's add a method here. Compute. Compute on two operands which are double. So naturally, the result is going to be double. And compute what? Okay, let me not say too many things. Okay, so tell me, what are the two implicit keywords added by the compiler? Everyone knows the answer. Public and abstract. So here in the interfaces, what is it we are supplying? Only the specification. But which operation? See, compute means you just take these numbers, perform a computation and return the result. So what is to be done is compute. But which operation? Do you want to add up? Do you want to subtract? Do you want to square root or whatever? That will be supplied by implementation classes. Everyone understands it? So now I've just got two interfaces. Please don't think I'll add one more method. Otherwise, you'll be thinking that, you know, one interface can contain only one method. Just a one, another one. So interfaces can contain multiple abstract functionality. Now, let us write the implementation class. So let me call it as my implementation class. So the question being asked is, can this implementation class implement both of these both of these interfaces? Answer is yes. Which is the keyword to use? Implements, right? So here I'm saying implements, and what is that other thing? Printable, comma, computable. You got it? And of course, compiler is cribbing. And if you just take the cursor over the error, it will tell you exactly what is lacking. So it is telling you, you should implement all inherited abstract functionality, as in what? Show, print, and compute. Are you getting this? So unless and until your implementation class implements all the abstract functionality, or you tag this, you mark it as an abstract class, compiler will still give you errors. So I don't want to write it. Only point was to show you. So what is the shortcut? Click on source, override implement methods, and here it is already selected. So you hardly have to use your brains. Okay, this, and this is the skeleton code. So the point I'm trying to make is, can one class implement from multiple classes? 100% yes. Okay. Now, one point in one package. So this was to tell you one class can definitely do this. Okay, like I said, one point at a time. So now I'm asking you an interesting question, favorite question, popular question. Why Java doesn't support multiple inheritance via classes, via superclass, subclass? Why one class cannot extend from multiple classes? One word answer, ambiguity, diamond issue. But now we are seeing that Java allows one class to implement the behavior from multiple interfaces. Just now you saw. So then in that case, will you come across same diamond issue, same ambiguity problem? Answer is no. And why no? You can't just blindly say no. You have to convince people. Exactly. Akshay is very right in saying. But let me prove it to you. Let me confirm it with you. So let's create another one. So what is it I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to create a class. Sorry, I'm going to create two interfaces with the duplicate method declaration. See, you remember we had talked about that diamond and all. So we had the same method we had written. So same thing I'll do, but with interfaces. So you'll be like, you will be clear in the answer. So let me create another package for that. So let's say interface, let's say interface A. Here, let's say, okay, you might think that, it can be this. So let me just take any method. Don't go by the name of the interface and all. Let me just see this. Everyone is clear? I've just declared interface A having a compute method. Nothing difficult. Let me also show you, while we are on the topic, a data member also, and we'll see what happens. I mean, you'll see this in the next five minutes. So let's say int something, value, data, anything. Okay, keep observing. And now I'm doing, oh, I did it in P2. Wait a second. I'll create another package. I don't want to mix up. So here is the package symbol. Can you see? Before Java class, there is a new Java package. Let me create it as P3 and I'll shift this. What is that interface name? A. I'm dragging it. I'm shifting it to P3. So that, you can, while revising, you should have an easy one. So in P3, I've got a.java all done. Now observe what I'm doing. I'm making a copy of it, copy of A into B. As everyone can see, this is your B.java. But for something interesting, let me change the value. So what can you say about A and B? Both of them are having the same method declaration and same data member, but with varying values. All of you clear? Clear so far? Because actual discussion will start later. Now let me write an implementation class here. Let's say my implementation class. And here, if I say implements, this is all to be understood once, and then you are ready to answer any question on that. Implement say fine. Okay. So naturally it crypts and everyone knows the reason. But okay, I have to implement the behavior. But that's not the question. I want to show you what happens when you say implements A comma B. So you have got an implementation class, which is like, implementing both the interfaces containing the duplicate method. So are we having, in such cases, ambiguity problem? This is what I had asked you. Are we going to face the diamond issue or the ambiguity issue in this case? I think Akshay, somebody had already given me the answer long back. So tell me, guys, when is it when you come across the ambiguity? When you have multiple implementations and you don't know which one to inherit, or you don't know which one you are overriding. But the interfaces make it so easy. So what does the interface contain? Does it contain the method declaration or definition? Declaration. So are you inheriting any multiple implementation in this manner? Absolutely not. In simple English, let me ask you a simple question. When I sit down and write this implementation, how many times I'm going to implement this compute method? One time or multiple times? I mean, ambiguity or no ambiguity? Exactly once. So that is why, even though a class can implement multiple interfaces, you will never be exposed to a diamond issue. A little bit ahead of time. When I take you to modern Java, Java 8 onwards is modern Java, you will see that interfaces can contain the implementation logic also. But of course, Java community has thought of it, and that time I will give you a different solution. I mean, that time we will say differently. So coming back to the point, just I don't want to waste too much time. I'll simply say override implement method. And as you can see here, how many times we are defining it? It's a duplicate declaration, same duplicate this. You just get to define it exactly once. So that is the reason you will never be getting any ambiguity issue. But now see something more, I mean, not more, but see something interesting. I'll write something. If I just say, I told you, implementation classes can directly access interface constant. So if I directly type data, Will there be an ambiguity? Exactly, my point, Shanur. You read my mind. So here, in this case, will there be ambiguity or no ambiguity? 100% ambiguity. So just take the cursor there. And here, see this, the field data is ambiguous. And you must be knowing the solution already. So how to make it different values? Now you have to be specific. And here you'll have to say which A you want. Which data you want. Is it A's data or is it B's data? So suppose you want A's data. Here you will have to say it specifically. Or if you want to access B's data, you'll have to do it B's data. Are we clear? So with data members, if you have duplicate data members, you will have to give it in a proper manner. Interface name dot member name. But for the methods, since all you are inheriting is duplicate method declaration, you will never have an ambiguity. Okay. So this is the point you should definitely explore properly in the labs. So I have a couple of questions. I'm not going to waste time in explaining. Waste is wrong word. Spend time in explaining. If you're still unclear, talk to us in labs. So here is the question. What will happen? See, you remember A.java is this. This is your B.java, just a copy, right? And if I say, if I change the signature, int, what will happen? If the moment I save this, you have a, what is it called? Compiler error. Now there are different methods, different signatures. Are you understanding? So now you are here, you will have to implement the other method also. Everyone 100% clear? So this is what is when you change the signature. I'm going a little fast over this because I want you to try out things in the lab. That's my only objective. And other is of course time. So this is one. Now, so you saw that you got a compiler error, and if you want to solve the compiler error, you will have to implement how many methods? 2 methods. Compiler treats them differently. Now something more. What will happen if I change the return type? Here you get a classic ambiguity because see this. Here it says the return type is incompatible. And if you start adding, see this, if you start adding that other method, check this, why compiler is angrier, I mean more upset, because you remember these cannot be treated as overloaded methods. Compiler goes by the type of the signature, I mean the signature. It ignores totally the return type. So this will be a classic error. I told you, I'm not going to waste too much time on this. I'll keep it commented and all that. You definitely try it out. Okay. So all possible combinations before facing interviews and all that, you should be knowing your stuff correctly. So let anyone ask you any twisted questions, you are ready. So main point was, when you have multiple inheritance via interfaces, are you going to get the ambiguity issue or diamond problem? Answer is no. Okay. This was the point I wanted to stress. Next one. So whatever details, whatever more questions, you must be having so many queries, I'm sure. So definitely ask me in the lab. Next one. I just make a copy of this because I have something to say. P1, P2, P3, P4. This is still, we are not yet talked about any actual example. So let me just see. I'll remove the testers. Give me a second, I'll explain. Okay. So what is it we have got? We have got, see the thing, Control Shift W for closing everything. So I'm starting with the bare things. I've got printable interface and I have got file printer as one of the implementation class, and I've got a console printer as another implementer. Quite clear? Now, so let me go to any one of it. So I'm opening a file printer. Can implementation class add or okay, add, there is a add additional, I was hesitating, add additional functionality. It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Of course, yes. What is it we were saying till yesterday? Subclass is a superclass and something more. Likewise, implementation class has to implement all the abstract behavior, plus it can give you additionally value added services, I mean additional functionality. So answer is definitely yes. You must be already guessing what is it, where it is leading and all. Okay, so here, so let me add something, simple thing. This is what file printer. Okay, actually I don't have anything in files, but anyway, so let me say convert, you know. So right now, don't go too much for the functionality. Point is important. So I'm saying, suppose I have a message, and before writing that message to a file, I want to convert it to all uppercase and then store it. Just a dummy functionality. So here, see what I'm saying. Oh, sorry, I said string. Let me keep it as void because I'm going to display it right here. So here, sys out. Don't go by the business logic, go for the concept. So here, what is it? Printing uppercase message in a file. And just if you want to see this, tomorrow we'll deal with strings. String handling is tomorrow. So I can say, okay, I don't require the brackets. Message dot, there is a method in the string class whose name is to uppercase. Okay, remaining all string functionality, required functionality, we will deal with tomorrow. So what is it we are doing here? Simple dummy logic, printing uppercase message in a file, and I'm just taking this message, converting it to uppercase and some functionality. Keep it light and simple. So what is the statement here? I have got a printable, I have got a console printer, which just implements the method, and file printer is doing something extra. Okay, start. So this is my bottom line. Now let me create an interesting tester here. I'm not going to explain it. I'm going to directly write the code and ask you verbally what will be the memory picture or what will happen and all that. So because just recently I took a very similar example. This equal to, you almost must be knowing what I'm going to do, but still it is always good to look at. Okay, so now when I do this, please tell me how many objects are going to be created on the heap. Anyone wants to answer? Just a number. You know the number. I hope people are giving me the correct number. 3 is a very right answer. So what is it we have got? We have got array of course, interface type of references, correct? And what can it refer to? Everyone knows the upcasting. The interface type of reference can directly refer to any concrete implementation class instance. So how will you visualize it in the memory? If you talk about class loading, object class, then which one? Interfaces are also compiled into dot class file. So printable dot class, file printer class, console printer is all loaded. And then the array object, sorry, array class is also created and loaded. In that array object, how many slots you'll show? Class pointer, length equal to 2. Initially 0 and 1 will be null. Then show separately one object of console printer, one object of file printer, and add the references in the array slot. After spending so much time on array of references, I hope people are clear. If not, again, meet me in the lab. So 3 objects are created. One is the array of references, interface type of references. And the other ones you already know. What is that other one? One is the console printer and one is the, okay, I'll not read it. I won't be so lazy. Console printer and the file printer. Okay, so this is your first picture. Now, what I want to do is, so I'll tell you. So now, invoke Yeah, invoke, call, whatever. Invoke print method. Print on printables. So I'm telling you very simple things, and it is a ditto logic, ditto concepts, exactly same concepts of you have done what you have done earlier. So I want to invoke the print method on all printables. You got me? So now tell me, if we want to do that, we will require a for each, I mean some loop, because this is an array. So here, let us start with the for loop. I'm so sorry, for each loop I meant. So anyone wants to dictate. So what it will be? Oh, sorry, my mistake. Yeah. So here, what it will be is for each printable T in printables. Here, I think people are already writing it. And for invoking the print method, do you need any downcasting? Is any downcasting is required? I just need to see yes or no. Answer is no. If downcasting is not required, is instance of checking required? Of course not. They come in pack. They come in together. So here, why this is possible? Because you are we going to use the indirect referencing? 100% yes. Printable type of reference is going to refer to console or file printer, but it is the common functionality. I'm not accessing any new functionality, so we are good. So here I'll simply say p.print and some message. So I can keep okay, fine. I was going to add some variable anyway. So I'll have same message getting printed here. So you see the concept is the same. Only thing is you are looking at it in a interface and implementation class manner. So this is it. You can see uh, printing a message on the console, same message. That is where I displayed that constant value, and printing a message on the file, same message. Are we completely clear so far? Here P is equal to printables of 0. Printables of 0 is nothing but a reference pointing to the console printer. So JVM, this is where your runtime polymorphism, which is nothing but dynamic method dispatch is working. Compiler goes by the type of the reference, JVM goes by the type of the object. I'm sure everyone is bored by now. And for the first iteration, whose print method will be called? On which object? Console printer. In the second iteration, whose print method will be called? File printer. Everyone clear? So this is my first half, first statement. But now I want to also do something else. You must have already guessed what I want. I want to access that additional functionality. So invoke print plus invoke, which was that method I forgot, convert. Okay, so here invoke convert. So let me just put it in a block because I want to have same question, same thing. So if I say p dot convert, let me just check what is it we are having here. P dot convert with a message to convert. Everyone knows it. Why there is a you I think you are already saying it. Let me look at your responses. Compiler error, absolutely. So here now compiler is at a loss. Compiler goes by the type of the reference. So it will check and tell you the method convert is undefined for the type printable. Guys, you start observing things a little more carefully, understanding will be there. So where it is searching, it is going by the type of the reference in printable. Of course, it doesn't exist. So I'll show you the same flow. So what is the solution? Now from printable, I know you are saying downcasting, you have to come down. Come down to what? Implementation class. Why? Why upcasting happened automatically? Every console printer is a printable. Every file printer is a printable, but every printable cannot be a file printer. It may be a console printer, right? All these statements you know. So let me give the downcasting. So where is it? Console printer. Isn't it the same discussion? I hope you are finding it very similar. So P, okay. Oh, something. No. Console printer was wrong. My mistake. It is in the file printer. Okay. So here we did this. So this is what? This type is printable. What is the entire type here? File printer. Compiler goes by the type, and now it actually looks it up into the file printer. So obvious question. When I run it, output or runtime error? Of course, runtime error. So let's go slow. For the first iteration, what is happening? What is the type of the object you are having in the heap? Console printer. Is console printer a file printer? Like how we used to say, is apple a mango? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So which is the exception you are going to get here? Everyone knows the answer. Class cast exception. And what it will tell you, I'll write in short forms. What is it we have? Console printer cannot be cast into your file printer. And of course, we have not yet. Our next topic is exception handling. But the point is basically this will fail. So naturally, it won't survive the next iteration of the loop. Confirm. So see this. What works, what doesn't work. So the print method has worked perfectly. No issues. It is all fine. There was no illegal casting. But as expected, you get a class cast exception. And as you can see, console printer cannot be cast to a file printer. Everyone 100% clear so far? Exactly. So now the solution. So what is the solution? Again, the solution is instance of. I already got the answer from Nalini. Very good. So guys, now let me open just once yesterday's read me instance of. Give me a second. Because there I had mentioned the word interface. So today I can explain. I could not explain yesterday. So here, if you open this, now you'll see it is used, instance of, rest of it it is used to test whether the object is instance of a specific type. So is it of the same type as class or a subclass or interface? So now you'll get the whole clarity. When you say A instance of B, when it will return true? If it is actually instance of a class B, or is a which is subclass of B, whether a direct subclass which is sitting right there or some indirect deep subclass, or so provide attention to this, or it is the implementation class of the type interface B. Are we understanding this part of the statement now? So what is the interface? Printable. So now you can understand the what do you say? The strength of, the power of instance of. It checks for null. If you give null, it will immediately return you false. Then it will check is a testing in the runtime for the classes, subclasses, as well as interfaces. So sometimes just talking about it could be confusing to some. So now you know the solution. We do it reverse way. We first see the problem and then we solve it. So now what is the check I have to do? Everyone knows it. So please dictate. If somebody had already dictated P is what? Reference type, which is the same keyword we have, instance of. And what is it I should check? I want to downcast it to file printer. So before that, you confirm whether you got a file printer object. Okay. So here P instance of file printer. Then only do that. Otherwise, that must be some other printer. So you can simply say cannot convert, or this facility, simply invalid type you can say, or cannot convert. Any suitable error message. So now tell me, after adding instance of checking, runtime errors or the output? Of course, no runtime errors. So what will happen for the first iteration? Is it going to go in the if branch or the else branch? Else branch, because simple fact, console printer is not a file printer. Okay, so of course it will go to else branch and say cannot convert. In the second iteration of the loop, what is it you will have? Here, file printer is a file printer. So will it go into the if branch or else branch? If branch, and then thanks to this downcasting, things will, it will work it out properly. So just confirm. Everyone is clear here? So here, for the first time, oh, sorry. For the first time, in the first iteration of the loop, we were having a console printer object which cannot do the conversion. And then here we were printing the message in that using file printer, so that was fine. And here we could successfully convert. So this is that two-liner code which we were working on yesterday with superclass subclass. Got it, Pratiksha? Okay, fine. So here, this is what it is. Now, the last question before I move on. What will happen if I say, here, everyone knows it is the same old discussion we are having, but with interface and implementation class. Anyone wants to tell me? When I run this, there's no compiler error, as everyone can see. Runtime error or the output? Tell me. Answer is runtime error, and people already told me. Class cast exception. For which iteration? First iteration or second iteration? The loop iteration, which one? First iteration, absolutely. So how does it work? You know, everyone knows. So here, now when you say instance of printable, and I have got a console printer, it is a checking, comparison checking, but in a runtime. So tell me, is console printer printable? Very much yes. So returns true. Again, you go to the if branch. I know I'm boring you, but still continue getting bored. So here, again, it is allowing the downcasting. You come to this, but when you actually downcast, console printer, how can you cast it here? Again, it will throw you off. So see the same things, like once you repeat it 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 100% will clear. All of you will be clear. Same thing. So like I said yesterday, don't be just happy thinking, I have used instance of, all my troubles are over. You have to do the correct instance of checking. And this is definitely a wrong one. How about this? I am just repeating the point in different ways, you know that. How about this? Compile time error, runtime error, or the output? Runtime error. Because console printer, file printer are objects. You are back again. You are again with the same. So while doing instance of checking, be alert. And here you are wanting to downcast it. You are wanting to access only file printer ka this, what do you say, functionality. So check for the actual type and you will never ever run into the issues. So is this completely clear? Okay. So this is like, indirect referencing, array of interface type of references. When downcasting is required, when simple upcasting is sufficient, and before downcasting, how do you do instance of checking? So tell me honestly, isn't it a repeat run? Isn't it the same as what we have been learning yesterday and day before? I hope everyone finds it similar. Great. Now, just the last one and then we'll move on. At least let me start with something, exceptions and all that, because those are very required. Anyway, so let me just create something. You have anyone has a question? Nobody has a question. Great. So here, let me have just a confirmation whether you are understanding it at all. P4, P5. Okay, so let me start with the interface. Whole idea is, saying, confirming all the statements which I made earlier. So I got interface A. I'm declaring, okay, let me copy. B. I'm not repeating the point, don't worry. So here, let me add another one, Boolean test. B has a test method. So test what? So say, maybe you add a number and you say whether it is a prime number. If it is a prime, then send true or whatever. Test for anything. Test for even odd, test for prime, test for special numbers, anything. You can always do that. So I'm not writing the functionality. Now the real question is here. Have I done it correctly? Yes. So now, can I create another interface let's say C. And the question is this, I'll write the question here. Can interface, which is called as a sub interface, extend from multiple super interfaces? You know the answer. So answer is of course yes. And which is the keyword we are going to use in this case? Extends or implement. I have already given the answer. Of course it is extends. Okay. So what is the definition here? I mean, what is the, how do you say this? You simply say it as extends A, comma separated list, A, comma B. But now see the whatever, I mean, wonder or whatever. Here, it is not giving you any error. Why? Because interface is anyway purely abstract structure, and all it is doing is you are inheriting the abstract functionality, which is what? Which is show and which is test. Okay, so you are simply inheriting. Next question. Can C also add some more methods? Of course, yes. I mean, so double calculate something. I'm just. So this is also possible. Everyone gets me? So this is your, are you understanding the hierarchy? Which are the super interfaces, guys? Interface A, interface B. Which is the sub interface? C. Can one sub interface extend from multiple super interfaces? Of course, yes. So this is also the example of multiple inheritance, but again not causing ambiguity. Why? Because all you are inheriting is, your choices are abstract method declaration or concrete implementation, only declaration. So why there should be any ambiguity, even if I give the same names. Now the final question, when I write class D, I'm saying now class, okay? So I want to write, I'll just start this. I want to say, I'll just create a definition. You must be knowing already what I'm saying. So if I say class D, what is it? Now I want to say implements C. Of course, there are errors. So can anyone tell me, if I don't want to create it as an abstract class, which all methods I'll have to implement? You understood my question? I said in order to get rid of errors, which all methods I should implement? Is it, I'll give you choices. Is it show? Is it test? Is it calc? Or is it none of above or all of above? Answer is all of above. Everyone understands it? Because all you are inheriting so far is the abstract declaration. So if you want to create a concrete class out of it, 100% you'll have to implement all inherited abstract functionality. Okay, convinced. Don't waste time in writing such stuff. Let's generate. So source, override implement, and here you will have calculate, test, and show. It has already understood, and then only your compiler will be satisfied. So this completes part 1 or the basic part regarding interfaces. And today, guys, yeah, so all of you are right. So I'll just have a word with you all. I mean, I'm looking at your messages now. So I have just shared with you all the concepts and the rules. What is possible, what is not possible, upcasting, downcasting, instance of, direct referencing, indirect referencing. But unless and until you apply it to some, business logic, this is all meaningless. So I'm just, what uses do we have? Okay, okay. Rohit, yes, you are right. It is multiple inheritance, as you have pointed it out. Read Rohit's question. It's a good question. But other than that, mute yourself. Somebody's unmuted. So other than that, Rohit, the abstract classes can contain concrete functionality. So there can be some ambiguity while inheriting and all that, right? So here, which one the answer? What will give you better separation? Interface and implementation class or extending from abstract classes, which will give you better separation, better loose coupling? Answer is interface and implementation class. So that is what you'll be using. But if people are, I mean, I'm not saying confuse exactly, but if you want to read more, when I share my today's help. I have given it because these are all popular questions. So you'll see in the interfaces help, abstract versus interface. Okay, so I have already highlighted what are the differences, and depending on your business requirement, you can choose one. Okay, so now I'll just spend 2 minutes, not 2 minutes, 5 minutes, because we are in different labs, and then I want the same clarity to everyone. So what is it you are going to develop? Before I say anything, please tell me. Open feedback is required every time, anytime you're talking to me. It has to be honest, open, frank, blunt. So are you what do you say, majority? Yeah, I'm asking on majority. Has majority Is majority comfortable till yesterday's topics? Then, okay, so tell me. I am looking for no. No, I mean, I'm counting no. I'm not seeing. Don't be afraid, hesitate. Nobody's judging you. I'm hardly there. So, okay, people are overall clear because today I'll be giving you little 80%. Devendra is very honest. Okay, so 80%. 80 is good. It is very good, I would say. 70 is also good. Anything above 50 is good. Fine. Okay, guys, stop answering. I feel you. I get you. Now, so today I'm definitely going to give you a little, yes, practice required. Totally agreed, Pratik. I'm going to give you a fresh assignment based on interfaces. So as always, interface, Anshuman, that is today's topic. I was asking you the question about yesterday. Don't push yourself hard. Even if you understand what I said today, by tomorrow, thanks, Ravi. It was definitely good. So you have lab time. That time you can ask me more queries. But the point is something else. So today, this is what you are going to solve with me. With me, I mean, when I say with me, all of us, lab faculties. So what is it you are going to have is, we are going to create different types of stacks. Okay. When I say stack in the middle of night kind of a thing, the stack represents a behavior. Which type of behavior it represents? First in, first out, or last in, first out, LIFO or FIFO. If you are not sure about it, think of it as a stack of plates. So, and when you remove the plate, which plate you remove? The one on the top. So, of course, it is last in, first out. Okay. So, stack is a functionality. So, I will definitely give you a lot of clues in the assignment itself. So, you will be giving functionality, behavior. The moment I say only functionality, what do you think of? Interface or a class? Of course, you will be writing an interface. So stack just represents the behavior, a functionality, interface. When I talk of a stack as a functionality interface, which are the basic functionalities you always think in? No, not integer and all. I'm not talking about integer stack. Give me a minute. Push and pop, right? Push will be storing the data. You have used JavaScript, right? So you know push and pop methods in the arrays and list and all that. Okay, so the point is here you will be having, you can think of push, you can think of pop. But integer stack anyone can manage. There's no big deal. But I want to make it better. So listen to this. I want you to create the stack to store employee type of references. So your array of references also will be revisited, and your next, whatever you have learned today, yesterday and all, will be revisited. So now I'm just helping you. All this will be part of written assignment. So you don't have to note. And anyway, this also I'll share. So tell me, the push methods are typically what? Void returning. You are storing the data in the stack, or non-void returning. What should be the return type? Typically it is void. Okay. And what is the type of the data to store? That will be your argument. So if I give you a simple one, give me an integer stack, it will be int data. I just want to revise your concept of array of references and all. So here you will be giving me employee stack. When I say employee stack, I'm spending some theory time, because then everyone will be on the same page, all the labs. Coming back. So I want to store the employee type of reference on a stack. Okay. And when I say pop, tell me what will be popped out? Anything or the one in the top of the stack? Of course, the whatever is sitting at the top. So you don't have to give any argument here. The return type will be what? What will be the return type, guys? What will it pop out? No, not index, Akash. Which object, Shubham? Employee. Give precise answers. Object can be any object, right? So what is it you are storing? Employee type of reference. What is it you are going to pop out? Naturally, employee type of reference. Okay. So which are this will be very interesting assignment. It doesn't just talk in interfaces. It talks about so many things. Today is what, day 6, right? So kind of, day one was pretty easy. Day 2 to day 6, everything will be like covered. Coming back, this interface, can interfaces contain the constants? Answer is yes. So any stack has a size. So declare here, I'm giving you some code. Some code, when you have, at least your thinking becomes clear. Important code I won't give you. Simple code I'll give you. So what is it we can have is, I can declare, it's a size, right? So let's say some of this stack size, and you can define, you can keep your things small, so your testing can be this. I'm not at all saying 10. You can keep it as small as 2. In short, you will have an idea about creating an interface which has what? The data members, public, static, final, and the behavior. Are we 100% clear so far? Can interface data members dynamic? I don't understand what you mean by that, Anshuman. If you ask me clearer, I can answer. I did not understand by what you meant really. Seriously. Now, so this is your first block you'll be developing. This is how, I discuss it in my lab. But I thought maybe since it is a little, I won't say complex and scare you, little interesting, more challenging, I thought of discussing it with all of you. So, can one interface be implemented by only one implementation class or multiple? Answer is multiple. Size of the stack at the runtime. Wait, hold on. I'll talk about it in a couple of minutes. So, I want you to create 2 variants. When I say variants and all, nothing, simple. 2 different implementation classes. So what are going to be these 2 implementation classes? One is going to be a stack of a fixed size. That is why I stopped. Somebody was asking question. One will be the stack of the fixed size. So let me call it as fixed stack. And what is opposite of fixed is, growable. I'm telling you, it will be an interesting assignment to solve. So in that first 45 minutes, 1 hour or whatever, finish your revision. So we can detail discuss this. I'm giving you some details here, some of course in the lab. I can't spend too much time on the lab assignment here. So what will be the relationship between a fixed stack and a stack? Anyone? What is it going to be? Answer is obvious, is a. So can I say fixed stack is a stack? 100% yes. Can I say growable stack is a stack? Again, yes. Okay. So these are the 2 variants, 2 implementation classes. And this is an interface. This is an implementation class. Are we so far clear? We are going to solve it hopefully today itself. Okay. So today divide the time. Today we have, I think, 2.5 hours lab. Okay, fine. No problem. Around 40-45 minutes max to max. Finish it in the earlier work, revision, pending work, and let us have something like at least 1.5 hours to talk about this. That way you please plan out. Coming back. Now, I'm not definitely, okay, some things I'll give you, some things I'll leave it at the runtime. So here, when you talk about a fixed stack or a growable stack, till now, which is the only data structure you know? Answer is arrays. So, it is going to be based on arrays only. If anyone is thinking, I'll use my linked list, that's a linked list class, doubly linked list in collection framework. But I'm not allowing you that. So you have to give the implementation using the array. So you'll be wondering, Fine. With array, I can do the fixed stack business. But how will I do the growable part? No, 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 no. Wait, this one. No vector. You are not allowed to use vector, neither array list nor linked list. All you will be using is array. Okay. So let us go sequentially. So here, what is it I want? What will be the class definition? Fixed stack, implement stack. So I'm getting the assignment solved like I do in the lab session at the cost of spending some time. So respond. So anyone wants to tell me, see, this is the design phase. So identifying points. Can you visualize that these will be the data members of a fixed stack? Fixed stack, implement stack, and so will growable. Anyone wants to answer? What do you think you will maintain as a state? Let me see if anyone is coming out with this. The size, no. Top data member, no. No. Both this. Okay. Top data member. Okay, you mean the top of the stack. Fine, fine. Yes, I agree. So one will be top. Tightly encapsulated. So top of the stack. You can initialize it to, top equal to -1, top equal to 0, whatever. And what? I agree. I misunderstood what you were saying. So size is wrong, Abhilash, because size is what? Size is coming from the interface. Can implementation class access the interface constants directly? Of course, yes. So you don't require that. And somebody was giving me a correct answer, array. So here, tell me, let's not get diverted. I'm not solving this for you here. I'm just getting you started. So top and what else will be there? Array. What type of array will you have to make? Quickly. What will be the data type of the array, please? Array is right. But what type of array, guys? No, no. Give me the actual thing. Employee. Atharva's answer. His answer. Whoever is saying employee, I can pick up. You have to tell me crisply. This is solving this. So you will have to create employee array, EMPS. Something. I mean, some variable. Don't use that same employee abstract class and all. That was yesterday's assignment. This is your brand new fresh. So you will say, how can I start with that? Of course, I get it. So prerequisite is you will have your simple employee class. Don't worry, I'll be giving it in proper steps. So give me a simple employee having, ID, name, salary, the basic typical ones. Write a constructor, write a, what else you'll require? Yeah, so you'll require a constructor and I think that's it. So that on two strings, two string. So here add a constructor and a toString. I think you can manage that. This has to be written before you write an interface. Otherwise, you'll start getting compilation errors. I'm just designing in blocks. Now, when you say employee array and all that, here, now come back to the fixed size. I have given you sufficient details. So you will have to worry about constructor. We'll talk about it in the lab runtime. But now you will have to add the two methods you'll have to implement, push and pop. And likewise, you'll have to do in the growable stack. So listen to this. When you say push, what kind of a stack we are having is a fixed size stack. So for the first time you do the push operation, it should store the employee reference in this array. For the second time you say push, see, I went very slow. I mean low, 2 only. So I'll talk in code. Suppose fs is the reference of fixed stack. fs.push e1, fine. fs.push e2, fine, it should work. But the moment I try to push the third element, if you have not done the checking, you'll get a stack overflow. Okay, underflow is not required, Rohit. Now we are talking about a push functionality. I have not yet come to pop. So here you will have to do the boundary condition checking. If top is less than whatever, and then only allow. Otherwise, here, what is it you are going to give me? The next topic is exception handling, but today we'll just start with it. So I don't expect you. Tomorrow I'll tell you, throw the exception and all that. But here, simply give me the error message. Which error message? Actually, stack overflow, stack full, stack overflow type. Are you getting this? So when the limit, what is the limit? Currently 2 or 20 or 200, whatever. This is what you are going to give. Now come to the pop. In pop, if the stack is empty, I don't know what value you are going to initialize it. Suppose you say top equal to -1. If the current top is, empty, here you give me the either you return the data. So I'll write this. So this will return the employee reference in case there is a data, or you give me an error message, stack empty, stack underflow, but still you will have to return something because the method is having a return. So in that case, simply return null. So null when? In case of empty stack. So error message and all, make it proper. I'll detail it out in the lab naturally. So does it at least give you 1%, 2% clarity on fixed stack class? Do your own thinking. Can you just at least, something little bit, not 100%, at least getting started types. So fixed stack is easy. I mean, we are just saying that if it is empty, of course, I have to give the error message and return the null value, because if you see, pop has to return something to the caller. And unfortunately, we have not yet started with exceptions. So this will be sufficient. So work it out. And of course, we are there to help you. Now comes the interesting variety, growable stack. So this also has to be, I'm not allowing you to use those linked lists and growable data structures, has to be array based. And I'll give you just a pointer. Pointer means just a clue and you will build on it. So I'll write something as a question. Array object. I'm talking about it. What is the type of the array object? Is it mutable? Is it fixed in size, or is it growable? Everyone knows that. It is fixed in size. It is immutable as far as size is concerned. But is array reference, array type of a reference, can it be reassigned to refer to array of the larger capacity? This is the clue. Answer is very much yes. So what is it? How are you going to work it out? You will start with the array of this fixed size. Let's say stack size 2. Okay. Not employee. What is it? User. User is going to, by the way, choose. All that will be coming in UI part. Okay. So now, suppose user has stored 2 employee elements. Let me call it as growable stack GS. So I have said gs.push E1, gs.push E2. Okay. So array is full. Now, exactly. So now, when the user says gs.push E3, what should I get? Should you give me stack overflow error message, or should you not? Of course not. So keep the same reference variable, array reference variable. I'm talking in Java. I'm sorry. I'm talking in English. You just have to translate it to Java code. Create a new array. What should be the size of the array? Anything. You can say double capacity, 1.5 capacity, your capacity increment is your choice. I'll go for double, simple. So create a new array with double the capacity, but data is in the old array. So array copy. Do the copy of the data from old array to new array. Copy of references. Everywhere it is copy of references. And most importantly, reassign. Earlier that reference was pointing to the old array. So now reassign that reference to refer to the yet another array of the larger as in double capacity. And if you have not marked that reference, the reference type of variable EMPS as final, it will be definitely possible. Understood 1%, 2%? Yeah, missing spread operators so badly. JavaScript makes it so easy, unbelievable. But here you have to so first array is marked for garbage collection, 100%. So wait for those who are missing. I mean, spread operator is not there, but you have growable data structures. Full collection framework is populated with them. So wait for that, and all these jugglery you won't have to do. Okay, so that is one point. I mean, this is over. Stack interface, fixed stack, growable stack. and my real interest is the UI. So I've already extended too much time. So the last one you always write is the tester. In the tester, this is what is going to happen. And this I'm going to leave it as a, not exactly as a black box, but yeah, something. So here you are going to give the first option, switch casing, while not exit, everything is the same. So the first option I'm going to say is choose the stack. Okay. So here, first option is if user wants to go for fixed stack. Okay. So first option is user wants to choose fixed stack. So be it. I'm giving the full freedom. Second option is user may want to go for growable stack. Okay. So I'm not writing, I'll write in better manner in the assignment description. So either you, okay, it is either or, okay. Means what? If user had chosen the fixed stack, can user later change her mind to a growable stack? Answer is no. You will stop user doing that. How? Your headache, your concern. Or vice versa, if user has gone for a growable stack, stack is already chosen, stack type is already chosen, I mean, and user goes for a fixed stack, give him a sorry message. You have already chosen this, etc. Okay. So how you do it? Like I said, of course we will discuss in the lab, but at least let me not speak about it. So once user has done the choice, user has to stick to it. Which is the next one you want to do that? Store data in the stack. So nothing but your push operation. Okay. So one will be store the data, store employee details in the stack. Next one will be restore data from the stack. So how do you restore the data? How do you restore the data from the stack? You know this pop operation. And last is, of course, exit. Okay. So this is the kind of functionality you are going to give me. And I'm telling you with guarantee, after you solve this, array of references, interface reference, okay, indirect referencing, direct referencing, no, indirect referencing, the upcasting, etc. Everything will be tested. Oh, okay, mainly the dynamic method dispatch will all be tested. Just a last question. Um, display. What display you want? What is to be displayed? See, when you say store data, you can just give me that method will tell you that okay, this particular element is added, or you don't give. You can just give me a message that employee details stored. And when you say restore data, of course, I want to see what is that data we have restored. In short, employee details. So do you remember? I have asked you to override the toString. So you'll be telling me properly, these are the employee details restored from the stack. So this is the only thing I'm talking about just now. Think on that. You got your answer, Hitendra? While this, can the value is initialized? No, Anshuman, there is a thought involved. So I'm not, I'll say this once again to you. Earlier, I think you were the one who was asking me dynamic and all. The interface can only consist of static final constants. I mean, final. So you'll have to be smarter and you'll have to worry about it. You can't change the interface constant, but you can change the size of the growable array. I don't want to give you more clues. I think we are said enough. And like I said, meet your lab faculties and they will definitely help you further. So this is as far as the interface-based assignment is concerned. I hope you are finding it interesting. I mean, you don't have option whether you find it or not. You will have to do it. So please devote. Please, at least you will require a minimum to get started 1.5 hours. So accordingly plan today's lab session, and we will definitely do it together. Okay. So I'm not even looking at your comments. This is all. You can have a cross talk. You can talk to each other, no problem. But I'm saying only this much. In the theory session time, lab time we always discuss more. So this is it. Now this is more than this is covering first important part of interfaces. Uh, So what is the time? I don't know who I'm meeting. Okay, anyway, let's not worry about the timings and all. I'll look up into the timetable. So anyway, so now let me take you. One half I wanted to spend, actually more than half, we spent on the interfaces. Now, any object-oriented language, be it JavaScript, I mean ECMAScript, the ECMA 6 onwards, the modern JavaScript, or TypeScript basically, or your C++ or your Python or anything, always supports error handling, exception handling. So we are entering the easiest topic in the entire Java, core Java, exception handling. So let me show you how we are going to deal with it. I'll be starting with it, and we'll of course continue in 1 hour. I mean, not even 1 hour, 45 minutes. I can just, get you started. So, but complete help I will anyway share. So at least you can start going through the things. So when I talk with exception handling, first is what is exception? Tell me. Compile time error or runtime error? Answer C or R. Of course, runtime. So who will be detecting these errors? Compiler or JVM? Naturally, JVM. A deeper question. But JVM has two worker threads, two threads to work on it. One is a main, one is a garbage collector. So which thread will be doing your, not garbage collection, what is it? Exception handling mainly the main thread, because I have not yet written, we have not yet written any multi-threaded application. Okay, so garbage collector thread is not involved in this. So JVM's main thread is involved currently. So first question we always ask ourselves is why? What is the need of this? Typical exception handling means what? Try and catch. But I'm not saying that directly. What is the need of it? Two needs. One thing is, for the first 6 days, we had not written any exception handling related code. So take a simple example of a scanner. Suppose you are expecting an integer, and so you said sc.next and array size, size. And suppose somebody types it not an integer. Which is the exception? Which is the error you get? Input mismatch exception. And because you have not done the handling, entire code aborts. Are you getting me? So what is the first requirement? Why exception handling? So that even user gives me invalid inputs. Even if there is a business logic failure. Which business logic failure? Example. You are solving a banking kind of assignment. You have a withdraw operation or funds transfer operation. Each bank maintains or asks you to maintain the minimum balance. And if your transfer or withdraw operation is hitting below that balance, it's a business logic failure. So in such cases, in these cases, do you want the code to be aborted, or do you want to continue the code with some error messages? Continuation or aborting? Of course, continue. So that is one reason why we are having exception handling. So that even with the invalid inputs, even with the business logic failures, the remaining code or rest of the code can still continue. And what is the next reason of why exception handling? Separation. You already know about try and catch keywords from JavaScript. Yes or no? Tell me, try and catch keywords are known or not known? It is known. Okay. So when you say separation, what is it which you write in the try block? The code to be guarded, a business logic. And there is a nice and clear cut, separation, the error handling code. Yes. So the error handling code or the exception handling code, where do we write? In the catch block. Okay. So there is a automatic separation. That is why you are learning. That is why we use exception handling so often. So when I start with exception handling topic, first I would like to show you the flow as in flow chart. Because once you understand this flow chart, you start realizing how Java is going to do it, and then the further topics become clear. So I hope it is readable font. So what I'm discussing is the error handling flow, exception handling flow. Runtime errors are exceptions. So now start reading from this point. Anytime any runtime error occurs. But when I talk way, you don't understand. So I'm taking some examples. You are doing a integer division, numerator slash denominator, and you divide by 0. Okay. Or you are having a fixed size array, arrays are fixed size, and you are trying to access it out of range. You have got a null, employee equal to null, and you are trying to say e dot get id. So you are trying to access something via null reference. In file handling days, we will try to read the data from the file, binary file, text file, doesn't matter. But if the file is not existing in that particular path, is an error. So file not found. In distributed programming, client-server programming, it is the TCP client which tries to establish the connection to the remote server, web server, app server, whatever server. It could be in-prem, in-premises, or it could be up in cloud. We don't care. But the point is, if you are unable to establish the connection, it is also detected at the runtime as a runtime error. So if any of these errors, I'm just taking some examples. So if any of these runtime errors occur, what will your, how it will be responded? What will your JVM do? So that is this small flowchart, 2-3 steps flowchart. So when I say JRE, what I mean is a JVM. So JVM's main thread checks what is the type of the error. Is it divide by 0 or is it null pointer or what it is? And in Java, for different type of errors, there are different exception classes. Okay. So what it will do is your JVM, the main thread, will create the instance of the matching exception class. So what is that matching? Matching means if it is divided by 0, is it going to create your null pointer exception? Answer is no. So if it is divided by 0, I'm just taking some examples. There is a class called as arithmetic exception. You know this so well. Anytime you are trying to access the array out of its size, which is the exception, array index out of bounds exception. For null pointer, there is null pointer exception. If your file is not found, the name of the exception itself is file not found exception, or you have connect exception, parse exception, IO exception, what is that? Interrupted exception, and so many. So now read this box carefully. JVM doesn't just create the instance. There is a special keyword in Java to raise the exception, to throw the exception. The name of the keyword itself is throw. So listen to this carefully. JVM will use this syntax, will use this keyword throw, followed by these exception class instances. So example makes it very clear. Suppose you are trying to divide a number integer by 0. What will container means what will JVM do is it will call throw. It will use the throw keyword followed by instance of arithmetic exception. So let me ask you a question here. Who is detecting the errors in this scenario? I'll give you two options. Is it JVM or is it a programmer? J or P? Of course, a JVM. To be precise, JVM's main thread. JVM is good enough. Who is throwing these exceptions in the code? JVM or a programmer? Again, the answer is JVM. But now, who has to do the handling? JVM or programmer? Answer is programmer. Are you getting this? So after the exception hits you means hits your code. After the exception is raised, what will JVM do? Give me a second. Yeah. So now JVM still does something. JVM will check, has programmer, have you supplied matching exception handler class? I mean, matching exception handler, nothing but a catch class. So as always, if you don't supply anything, JVM supplies the default exception handler. If you don't write any keyword, I mean, access specifier, default is added. If you don't add any constructor, default constructor is supplied, etc. So if you don't add any, handler, exception handler, JVM supplies default error handler. But what is the job of the default exception handler? The default exception handler will simply abort the code. But just aborting the code it doesn't do. It will print. It will give you enough details. So I hope you remember. The latest one we saw was class cast exception. You remember class cast exception? One cannot be cast into another, etc. Apple cannot be cast to a orange, something. So it will print the fully qualified name of the class, which is java.lang.classCast exception maybe. Then this is the exception class name, the details, the error message is the details that Apple cannot be cast to a orange, something, and the entire stack trace, that is location details. What are the line numbers? What are the locations where it reached? But what is the disadvantage of this? Your code, the innocent code, unrelated code, the code which has to continue will not continue. The entire application will get aborted. So what is it we are starting? We are starting with, we will add our own exception handler, nothing but your catch block. I mean, catch cannot come on its own. Try and catch block. So anytime there is an error in the try block, entire try block, you know this already, gets aborted. And then JVM will check, is there a matching catch block? So it will abort the entire try block and executes the matching catch block. And after that, code can continue. So this is how your exception handling is done internally by the JVM. So I'll just say one thing once again, and then we'll write some code. So in this case, JVM is detecting the errors, creating the instance of the built-in exception classes, system exception classes. What are the examples of built-in exceptions? All of them. And you have seen number format exception, you have seen input mismatch exception, you have seen class cast, so many. So who is creating the objects and throwing it to the code? JVM or programmer, J or P? Answer is JVM. But today it is not possible looking at time, but listen to the question, please. Suppose you are giving a simple registration form to the user where user has to enter her email ID, name, password, age, gender, etc. Typical registration form. And that email ID has a constraint, that @ symbol. Oh. Am I still audible? Because I lost this. Wait a second. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was saying something. So I was talking about, because in between I got a glitch. Anyway, so suppose email field requires @ You have done JavaScript validations, so you should understand immediately. So if my requirement is email ID must have @, in that case, do you think JVM will detect this as an error if the email does not contain @? What do you think? Of course, JVM is not going to detect it as an error. So in that case, who will have to detect it as an error? J for JVM, P for programmer. Of course, a programmer. And that is where we will be creating our own custom exception. How and all? Tomorrow. So we will be creating our own custom exception, invalid email format. And now who will have to throw this exception to the code? JVM or programmer, J or P? We will have to throw the exception to the code. So which keyword you will use then? Same keyword. Throw new. Will you be throwing the custom exception or built-in exception? Custom exception. So in short, throw new invalid email format exception. And here you can give an error message saying the what is it? Email must contain @. or email must end with .com or .org or whatever, .in or something. So understand the point. 2 points only. I'll ask you and let's see whether you have got that. As far as system exceptions are concerned, give me the example of system exceptions, at least 2, anything, and write in short forms, please. Yes, IO exception, class cast exception, your number format exception, etc. So if any of the system exceptions are raised, who is going to throw the exception to the code? Who is going to throw the exception? JVM. But if there is a what is it? Invalid arguments, invalid input, or business logic failures, who is going to throw this exception to the code? Programmer. And at that time, which is the same keyword we will end up using? Throw keyword, throw, new, and the custom exception. Okay, so that is the first thing you should understand whenever we are talking about our exception handling flow. Next one, all of this I've written it in detail in our readme. So I'm sharing with you today itself the whole readme, and the formal PPTs are also here. You can look at whatever you understand. But now, so this part is like clear, the overall flow. Now the next thing you have to understand and remember, this much has to be remembered, is sorry, the inheritance hierarchy. Am I asking you to remember too many things? No. I'll tell you what all is worth remembering. So everyone has to know which are the important players, which are the important classes involved. So entire exception handling in Java starts with a superclass, and name of that superclass is throwable. Anything which you can throw is throwable. Are you understanding the pun or whatever? So the point I'm trying to say is, when you saw the syntax throw new class, that class has to be under the throwable hierarchy. Otherwise, you won't be able to throw it. Anyway, that is the later point. So focus on important things. Which is the ultimate superclass for all exception handling classes? And don't say object. It is java.lang.throwable. But who is sitting above throwable? Universal superclass, nothing but object class. Got it so far? Next one. What are the 2 important subclasses of throwable? One is java.lang. They are all in java.lang package. One is error and one is exception. So let me focus on errors first. So there is, you can open parallelly. You can look for in the Java docs throwable. Below that you will find error, and below that you will find subclasses of errors. But the point I'm saying is, whenever you have anything under error, they represent fatal, uncatchable errors. Means what? If you have got something like a stack overflow or IO error or internal error, can you simply add a try-catch block and recover from it? Answer is no. So these are fatal errors, unrecoverable, uncatchable. So for the practical discussion, for our exception handling discussion, actually our discussion starts from the superclass exception. So java.lang.exception falls below or is below the throwable. Everyone clear so far? Throwable extended by error and exception. This much everyone has to remember. And now exception is again, now there are subtypes or other subclasses of exception. So there is only one point which beginner in Java finds little confusing. So listen to this carefully. There are 2 categories of exceptions. One is unchecked exception category and one is checked exception category. One is unchecked, one is checked. So I'm not telling you immediately what is checked versus unchecked. I'm telling you simple rule. So listen to this carefully. If any of your exception classes, if it is extending from a subclass of exception, what is the subclass of exception? Runtime exception. Keep it simple and clear. If any of the exception classes are having runtime exception as the parent or as the ancestor, what is this exception considered as? Unchecked exception. I'm not yet told you what is unchecked, what is checked. Be patient. So what are the examples? All the examples you have seen so far, they are of the unchecked variety. Example, null pointer, arithmetic exception, array index out of bounds, class cast, number format, all are of the unchecked variety. But if you have any of the exception class which does not extend from runtime, what is that category called? What is that exception called? It is called as the checked exception category. And couple of examples. So one is IO exception, parsing. When I show you tomorrow, maybe, yeah, date time handling something. So anytime, whenever we are parsing or handling files, you are trying to load a particular class, and that time class not found exception, socket exception, by mistake I've written it twice, interrupted exception, etc. They don't have runtime exception as the superclass, so they are called as checked exceptions. So now please open Java Docs and let's give you a practice. So in the search box, type something. Type something means I'll give you the name. Look for number format exception. Just type number form and it will come. So look at this number format exception hierarchy and can you tell me? Don't tell me from memory. Tell me from the inheritance hierarchy. Is it a checked exception C or is it an unchecked exception U? Everyone can understand it so easily. What is it? Checked or unchecked? Answer is it is an unchecked exception. Why? Can everyone see a runtime exception as a indirect parent? So mark it as unchecked. Okay. Try more. Our famous, most irritating and easiest to solve null pointer. Tell me, null pointer is what? Checked or unchecked? Explore more, play more. Look for your class cast and tell me. You so that you don't have to take me like blindly. What is the type here? Checked or unchecked? Of course, unchecked. Okay. Now look for something else. So look for IO exception. Just type IO exception and look for here. Take a look at the hierarchy and tell me, is it checked or is it unchecked? Can you see any runtime exception here? You can't. Of course, that is your example of a checked exception. Look for another famous one, which we use a lot in threads, interrupted exception. Just look at it. Tell me again, checked or unchecked? It is a checked exception. So many file not found. So file not found is again a, what is it? Checked or unchecked? Checked exception. So I think people are clear. What is, I mean, not what is checked versus unchecked, but whether given the Java docs, given the name of the exception, anyone and everyone can figure it out which category it belongs to. If there is, it is extending from runtime exception, what type it is? Unchecked. If it is not extending from runtime exception, it is checked. Okay. So now read about the difference between checked versus unchecked. Okay. So read this on your own and then of course I will explain and we'll try it out basically. So you must have finished reading. So read these things slowly. This is the only confusing point. Otherwise, everything else is straightforward, simple. So read at I read line by line. Whether it is a checked exception, such as IO exception, interrupted exception, file not found, connect exception, etc., or whether it is a unchecked exception, class cast exception, number format, etc. When it is going to be, when will it occur? In runtime or in compile time, R or C? Of course, runtime. Exceptions are nothing but runtime errors. So hold on to this fact. Now the next line. Here, what's the meaning of it? The runtime system, as in your JVM, or you can think of it as a JRE. Does JRE or JVM differentiate between the two? Answer is no. But what I mean by this is may not be clear. So listen to this. If you have not handled a checked exception, okay, if you have not placed a try catch block for a checked exception, what will happen? The code will get aborted. Period. Story over. And if you have got a unchecked exception coming from your code, simple arithmetic exception and all, and you have not put it in a try catch block, what will happen? Tell me. Code will abort or code will continue? Answer is code will abort. So what is it I'm meaning? See, when I make a statement, understand what I mean by that is, so anytime does not distinguish between them means what? Unhandled. Unhandled means okay, unhandled means without. This is without try catch block. Okay. So unhandled except unhandled, whether it is a checked or unchecked exception, will cause what it will cause? Continuation of the code or aborting the code? Aborting of the code. Are you understanding the statement? So is JVM partial to, checked exceptions or unchecked exceptions? Answer is no. If you're not handled, if you're not placed the checked exception or unchecked exception within a try catch block, it will simply throw you out. It will simply abort the code. Okay. But then who is the guy? Who is the entity who is going to differentiate between the two? Answer is compiler. So at that point, people get confused. Like, what is she saying? On one side, she says, and you know that exceptions occur at the runtime. So where is this compiler involved? Answer is compiler adds some checks, adds some, restrictions. So one line only you have to understand and remember throughout your Java life is one line. Java compiler forces upon the programmer handling of checked exceptions or unchecked exceptions. Answer is checked exceptions only. I'll repeat the line again. I mean, you have the line in front of you. Java compiler will not bother, will not force handling of the unchecked exceptions. It will simply shout, give you compiler error if you have not handled the checked exceptions. But it sounds abstract, vague, confusing. So let's give it a try. Let's try out things and you'll be clear in next 5 minutes time. So since it is a totally different topic, let me create we will hardly write anything, but yeah, at least I'll get you started. So let me open a new project. And let's start writing a simple tester. And I'm giving you the name which you can't miss. So let us start with testing unchecked exceptions. So whenever you are going through your daily revision, you will know what to expect from this code. Okay, so I'll write something and then ask you a question. I'll write a couple of things. Simple. Just give me 2 minutes. index of caret. Okay. And so many things like I can keep writing, I mean endlessly. I don't want to. So have a look at it and tell me, just look at it. It's very easy. And tell me, is this code okay? Wait a second. I'll write the last line. Main continued. Okay. So simple question, simple answer. First question. Are we having any compiler errors in this code? You understand my question and respond. Are you looking at with ID? It is so easy. Are there any red crosses, red lines, and all? Anything in red?
No, 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 ma'am.
You understand that? Okay. So please mute yourself and just type yes no on the chat. That doesn't disturb the thing. You can see that no compiler error. So answer my next question. Are you going to get any runtime error or are you going to see happily main continued? Runtime error or no runtime error? Answer that. Of course, runtime error. So which runtime error are you expecting to see? I have covered that much. We all know that. Which runtime error, please? Tell me. Arithmetic exception. Don't say this and this. You're wrong if you're saying that, because have I handled the exception so far? No. So where the code will abort? At which line the code will abort? The code will abort at this line. And which is the exception? You know, java.lang. Arithmetic exception, reason being divide by 0. So once the code aborts, how can the rest of the code continue? It simply cannot. It's a simple point to confirm. With ID, things are so easy. So everyone understands it. The code has aborted at this line. So are we writing? Okay, let me put it properly. So who is supplying the exception handler? P for programmer, J for JVM. Who is supplying it? Currently JVM. Are you getting it? So it is your unhandled. Unhandled means what? Without try catch block. Unhandled, unchecked exception. You got me? So if it is an unhandled, unchecked exception, what is happening? Code is getting aborted. And you can see that right away. Okay, just a small variation. Tell me now. Now what? Code continues or code aborts? Everyone knows the answer. Tell me fast. Of course, code aborts still, but this line survives. Now, everyone knows ABC 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it a parsable integer? No. So which is the exception you expect to see? Number format exception, telling you this cannot be parsed and all that. You can see that? See this. It's all simple. So here, I could see the result of a division, no problem. But it is telling you number format exception. Who is supplying you with the default handler? JVM, aborting the code and giving you the whole information. So the point I'm trying to make is these are the examples of. So which was the error here? Arithmetic exception. Is it a checked exception or unchecked exception? Just now you saw it. If you have forgotten, open Java docs and press the hierarchy. It is an unchecked exception. Which is the exception which which you saw here? Number format exception. Checked or unchecked? Unchecked. Okay. So let me correct that. Now tell me, I'm just making my point so that everyone is clear. Now tell me, will the code continue or the runtime error? Everyone knows the answer. Runtime error. Which runtime error? I'm having a null value here, and anytime you are accessing anything with null, our famous null pointer exception. Are you getting this? So here you have a null pointer exception. There is no message associated with it. What else? Null pointer is null pointer, and you are trying to access this. Again, what is the type of the exception here? Checked, C, U unchecked. It is unchecked exception. So what is the statement I'm making? Who differentiates between, who doesn't differentiate between the two? JVM. If you have got unhandled, unchecked exception, what happens? Code continues or code aborts? Answer is in front of you. Code simply aborts. So whether it is a checked or unchecked, JVM doesn't care. JVM will simply abort the code if you don't put a try catch block. But who is it who is, differentiating? Compiler. So remember only one line. compiler forces the handling of checked exception. So here, are you seeing any compiler error? Absolutely not. So compiler does not force the handling of the unchecked exceptions. Okay, understand one point at a time. Now, I'm giving you a small task which is so easy. I want the code to continue. So tell me, if I want the code to continue, what is the solution? You answer, currently we are not handling the exception. Start exception handling. So here everyone knows. So which are the two keywords which you already know? Try and catch. Okay. So surround, wrap entire business logic in a try block. But can try block survive on its own? I mean, legal syntax. Try has to be ended with so many things. So the easiest one is single catch. So here I'm saying, I'll write something and you will observe, you will comment on it. Suppose I say catch arithmetic exception. Because that way I can cover the basics so fast. And I'll say here SOP in arithmetic exception and do this. Anyone wants to tell me? The question is easy. Exception handling is favorite topic because they can make it complex and confusing and ask you. So I'm asking you, wait a second. I'll just add, lot of things. End of try. Can anyone tell me the output? Don't tell me the whole thing. You can tell me runtime error or this thing. I'm giving you the choices. There's no compiler error. So is it a runtime error or will the code continue? Answer is runtime error. Why? Because where is the error? Where is the exception occurring? At this line. And like I used to say earlier, is apple a mango? Of course not. In the similar manner, see, all the earlier concepts are going to help you in the later topics. Can I say null pointer exception is a arithmetic exception? Yes or no? Of course not. So if the null pointer exception is raised, is this a matching catch clause or non-matching? I mean, not matching this. Of course, not matching. So will JVM enter? Let's go slow here. After you see this exception, will JVM continue to end of try? Absolutely not. This won't get printed. Will it enter your catch block? Not. It can't enter because it is not matching. Simple. Like how I say, worker cannot be cast to a manager or whatever, student and a faculty, apple and a mango. The null pointer is not arithmetic, so it will skip this. There are no further exception handlers. Code simply aborts. Okay, confirm. Small statements, simple statements I'm making so that everyone understands. Okay, so till this it was fine. And the moment it found, JVM found unhandled exception, the whole code, what do you say, aborts, and this is it. So I'll just make a small change. I know I could be boring to some of you, but still bear with me. Tell me, now what will happen? See, it is all about the flow of execution. So tell me, what will happen? Will you see this main continued? Yes or no? Type yes or no. Answer is yes. Will you see this end of try? No. Will you see in arithmetic exception? Yes again. So how is the flow of execution? At this point in time, what will JVM call? Throw new arithmetic exception. When the exception is thrown, remaining try block aborts completely. So which is the exception? Arithmetic exception is a arithmetic exception. Enters here and continue and. After the catch block is done, exception is handled and the normal code can continue. Okay. So see this. I don't think anyone has a doubt in that. Is everyone clear? So now, if I say this, I am just playing with this. And here, so I'm writing something and tell me, if I want to see main continued, I made the change as you can see. What is it I'll have to do? If I want the continuation of the code, what should I do? In short, the question being asked is, can one try block end with multiple catch clauses. Possible or not possible? Of course, yes. It's all legal. So can I add? This is multiple catch. Multi-catch is different. Multiple catch. Okay, so what I can say is catch. And which is the exception we are having here? Number format. You can just use all those. This. And I'm saying here SOP in number format exception. You know, I'm giving you is very basic stuff today. Getting started. Okay, so this does it. Now can you trace the flow? So this will survive. It will return some whatever value, 10. At this point, what will JVM call? Throw new, which exception? Number format exception. Aborts the remaining try. Can it enter here? Please mute yourself. It cannot because it's not matching. But can it enter here? Number format is a number format. So it will print in NFE and main continues. Confirm. Pretty easy, pretty basic. As you can see. Everyone gets it? Now, same thing. I know, could be boring. Now tell me, code will abort or code will continue? A or C? A for abort, C will continue. Answer is, of course, it will abort. So, in that case, what is it I'll have to do? Another catch block. So, guys, for my two-liner means whatever liner, 4-5-liner code, I will have to write so many catch clauses. So writing 20 catch clauses sounds good, or writing one catch-all block sounds good. 1 or 20, 1. And how do you do this catch-all block? One single answer is upcasting. So do you remember? Exception is the common superclass, whether it is a checked exception or unchecked exception. So how do we end up writing a catch-all block? Here, this is how you write. See the syntax. You can say, by the way, catch throwable. But it is pointless, guys, because throwable includes errors, and are errors catchable or uncatchable? Uncatchable. So even if you say catch throwable, fine, but unnecessarily you are going higher. So catch exception, and this is nothing but your so-called catch-all block. I hope you are understanding why it acts as a catch-all block. Okay, don't give me vague answer. I'll ask you explicitly. So tell me, which is the line number where the exception is going to be raised? I think it is not I think. This is the line number. Everyone understands? What will JVM call at this point? Here, I'll write throw. Throw is the keyword. New, which instance? Number, no, sorry. Null pointer, NPE. Number format, sorry, null pointer, maybe I'm hungry. Null pointer exception. Okay, so this is what your container JVM will throw. Can it continue to the next line? Of course not. So will it enter here? Not really, because null pointer exception is not matching. Here it is not matching. So tell me, can it enter the catch-all block? It's a Boolean question. Yes or no? Of course, yes. It can enter. Why? Because can you say null pointer exception is a exception? Are you understanding the applications? Real life examples. Of course, yes. So be it number format exception, be it whatever, anything else, they are exceptions. So it will definitely hit this and the code will continue. So which is the fact we are using here? Nothing but learned upcasting. So which is the superclass reference pointing to which subclass? The exception type of reference referring to null pointer exception. Are you understanding? If you are understanding, then I'll say, okay, whatever I said yesterday, day before has reached you. Otherwise, revise more. So coming back to the point, see this? It's pretty easy. So here in catch-all block, I just told you, I just connected it with our earlier stuff. And then again, at the cost of irritating you, tell me what will be the output? Okay, main continues. So will it say in arithmetic exception, in NFE, or in catch-all? First option, second option, third option. Of course, the answer is in arithmetic exception. It will go to the closest or the most fitting one. So this is your arithmetic exception, is a arithmetic exception. So this will be called immediately. Confirm. And of course, after that, the exception is handled. So will it again enter this catch-all? Never. Exception is already handled. Confirm. Again, I'm into pretty basic things. Are you getting this? So in the normal cases, you may not be writing all these. You may just want to write a single catch-all block. So I'm just keeping it there with you still so that you know. I mean, you can revise control slash after marking. So this is your catch-all block. Now tell me. Oh, okay, I got this also. Wait a second. So here, control shift F for formatting. Coming back. So look at it. Now in this case, are we going to, is your code going to continue or abort? Of course it is going to continue. Fine. And how does it continue? So what is the flow of execution? Check, unchecked exception, right? Yes. Remaining block, try block aborts. Is arithmetic exception an exception? Yes. Upcasting. It goes into catch all and then it continues. Everything is clear so far? Simple concepts which you have already visited elsewhere. But now see the problem. The problem is this is only telling me in catch all, but it is not giving me the information which exception and what is the error reason, what is the stack trace. So now enter the API. API means enter the methods. Open your Java docs, please. And you can visit the hierarchy from anywhere. You are in the exception class. So if you go to throwable all the way up, because those are the inherited methods we'll be using. So there are three methods. One is toString, one is get message, and one is print stack trace. I'll show you one by one. So search for a method called as get message. There are others also. Today I'm giving you simpler list. Open the throwable class and look for the methods I'm talking about. So the message, easiest one is get message. So it will give you only the error details, error message. So what is that message in case of arithmetic exception? Divide by 0, division by 0. So that is that message. Okay, so one is that. But if you are in the role of debugger, developer, debugger, everything, you're developing your code, you're debugging your code, this much information is not sufficient. So now search for Control F toString. So tell me, it is all the revision of earlier days and you are learning today next. So first question, is it inheriting the toString from the object class or is it modifying, as in is it overriding? I for inherit, O for override. Everyone knows. You can see that so clearly. It is overriding. And what is it? How it is overridden it? It is not going to return you a hash code. It is going to give you the name of the class followed by the localized message, means in your character encoding, local default character encoding. In short, it will tell you the name of the class and the message. But the one which is recommended for the complete debugging, complete understanding is look for the method, please. Print stack trace. So print stack trace, what it will do is, it will of course call the toString. It will also give you that, plus it will give you all the details. So suggestion is, till you are building your code, till you are developing and you are not sure whether it is working or not, use print stack trace. And once your code is fully tested, debugged and all, you want to give it to the user, end user, just use print get message. I don't know whether you understood all. Try it out. So here. So this doesn't give me any help at all. So let this header be as it is. Now I'll show you one by one. Okay. So here, let's go from the smallest, less information. Get message, which is the error we are having. So what is it you are going to see? Look it up yourself. Here, all I'm getting is divide by 0, only the error message. If you have a null pointer, by the way, that error message is null. Nothing there. So don't be surprised. But I'm saying I'm a developer. I need to know more. I can't just have the look at, just error message. So here, next one. So anyone wants to tell me, when I say E, we spend lot of time, you know, it is going to call E.toString and it will use that inherited version and give you the name of the class. What it will give you is name of the exception class plus the error message. Confirm, please. So can you check this? What is it you are looking at? Fully qualified name of the class, and this is your error message. Pretty clear. But sometimes, if you write thousands of lines of the code, which you'll definitely write in your projects and all, not in one class, distributed, but still, if I want to find out the location where exactly it has reached or hit, you go for the best version, detailed version. On the exception class, it has inherited from throwable print stack trace. So have a look at it and you'll understand. So here, can you see this? So what are the three things you are getting? First thing is exception class name. What is the second thing you are looking at? Error message. And what is the third thing we are looking at? The line number, the locations. Stack has stack frame. So all the locations, wherever it is hitting you, it will give you that and becomes so easy to find out. For debugging, this is the best API. So this is what I wanted to tell you regarding unchecked exceptions. Looking at time, I'm stopping here. So tomorrow when we resume, we will start with the example of a checked exception, and then you will know immediately the difference between checked versus unchecked. Okay, so that will be all. I'll be uploading everything, of course, shortly on the Google Drive. So do spend little lesser time on the revision. Spend more time on solving that stack-based assignment because that is anyway going to revise all the things learned. So see you in the labs. Is there any specific question?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, you're most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Trying to log off. See you around.